Hey, Control Byte. I can see you. It looks like sound's looking good on my side, so you guys should be able to hear me. So that's good. Yes, Control Byte, I am the captain. Let's see if everything's popped up here. Looking good. Good. All right. Should probably check a couple of other things, but we've got our Twitch schedule up, so that's good. And it is my birthday today. That's true. Hey, Inspector, how's it going? So what we're doing today is a mix of kind of completing the talk we started the other day. We were doing Linux Systems Administration, right? And we touched all these pieces. We went through all this, so this was the other day. And we got down to here, which was VMstat. And we're just going to keep talking about observability tools. So, up here, you can observe, benchmark, and tune systems. There's other things you can do, but generically speaking, that's what we're talking about. We talked about the use methodology and then observation and some of the ways that we do it, all right? But before we get into that too crazy, it is my birthday. So we do have a little bit of a challenge going on. So people that are down in our Discord, people have been memeing me up a little bit, which is fun for me. This came from somebody at work, so that was kind of cool. Happy birthday, Scott. And it's got a bunch of Ansible. This is definitely AI generated because, the characters don't make any sense. And then what was another one? We got this one, the Socratic method. So we're always talking about the Socratic method of learning and asking yourself questions and thinking through things like that because that is a way that humans learn. And me using the Socratic method, I thought that one was pretty good. And then there was another pretty good one up here, still running as root. That was me riding our little drift trikes a few years back, and then the people got a hold of the picture, and the rest is, what it is. And then what's another one? Hold on. This one's pretty good. Scott's birthday. It's pronounced Scoot. It's pretty good. The terminal in AI is generated, but the cake is a lie. Inspector, I don't know. I think that whole thing is a lie there. But it was virtual, right? We all work remote anyways, and actually my time on that contract is winding down. The contract that I often talk about where I have about 1,260 nodes or so. Lost credibility with the Arch load. The contract that I kind of often talk about where I very generically talk about 1,260 nodes or so, that's winding down. I'll still be working on it here and there. I'll still be doing targeted work for those guys, but I won't be working directly with that project anymore. I'm going to be doing some other ones with my company. So there's that. And then obviously we have other ones that have come up. This is our memes channel. Yeah, I didn't even realize there was an Arch on there. Oh, yeah, I guess so. All right. So anyways, so we got that. You guys are all welcome to hang out down the Discord and just do whatever you want in there. Discord is pretty much a place for people to just kind of mess around and do whatever they want. And it's Friday, so Fridays we chill and hang out. Eyes betray me, not quite Arch. It's probably something similar to Arch. That's probably what it was. But, it's Friday, so Fridays are chill days for us. We don't really work too hard. I got pulled into a couple... I was going to be on 2 hours ago, and I was going to stream most of the afternoon and night. My family, I was supposed to go... So it's my birthday, right? You're like, why aren't you spending it all with your family? Well, I was supposed to go with my family up to a cabin in Strawberry. We do kind of these family outings and kind of... It's not really like camping. It's just kind of you go up and you rent a cabin and everybody gets together and hang out and all the nieces and nephews are there and all the kids and grandkids and stuff for the elders in the family. And they, I think there are fondant 3D printers. Yes, Inspector. I'm pretty sure they are having those. So, Sandeep, thanks for the happy birthday. I'm not a Linux god, but you do have to you have to do capitalized Linux when you talk to us. That's what Inspector said earlier. So I actually really like that one. If you guys go down the Discord to get that joke, it's pretty good. Morrison, how's it going? Thanks for the happy birthday. But the family all goes up there, and then my father-in-law, my wife's dad, and he's kind of I guess you'd call him the patriarch. He's kind of the oldest guy in our family. He had back surgery about 3 days ago, so he couldn't go. And I told the wife, I was going to try to go, and then I was going to be working most of the time on patching and stuff for this weekend. And the wife's like, oh, why don't you just stay? I got some friends coming in town. They're doing some jiu-jitsu tournaments. So my house is kind of like a central little hub for everybody to kind of hang out and do stuff. So we got Ranger Dog. Where's Ranger Dog? Hold on. Let's check on the house. If I'm going to bring up the house, there's Ranger Dog. He has had treats. He He has had hard food and he has had soft food for dinner. So I've given him plenty of food. Don't let him, make you think that he's not having a good I should put a little happy birthday hat on him, for me, because he's here for it's just me and him, hanging out. We've got maintenance to do in the labs, but we're probably not going to get to that tonight. We might get to that tonight, though. I've been doing a lot of lab work, and people are still getting themselves banned out forever. That's true. We've still got logs and stuff going on, and then we still have the dungeons, but not too many people have been going down in the dungeons. We have access to them. You get the access through the Discord. And then on the sandbox, I link up who's used it in the last 24 hours so everybody can see. Kind of like a visibility thing. You don't see exactly the person's username. I have it anonymized here. But you see that somebody connected in. And we've had some the last few days. People were connecting. But since, I have that available for people that need more time with hands-on Linux and that kind of stuff. So there's that kind of stuff, and then there's how to access it and how to get all that good stuff. So that's all up in our Discord. All right, so aside from that, I'm definitely going to play some Brotato today because, it's my birthday. I'm going to do whatever I want. It is super funny, though, to me how much, people will complain. People have never met me before, never even been on a stream before, and then they'll be like, oh, this guy, he's not just doing tech stuff. And I'm like, well, I guess we get what we get around here, right? But normally I'm pretty serious about it. We're going to play some Brotato today, too. And I'll let you guys on the Twitch side gamble. So we'll do some Brotato. We'll have some Brotato. And is everybody here familiar with the game? I don't know. We'll leave it where you guys can see me so you can make fun of me when I'm swearing and stuff and trying to beat it. All right. If you're not familiar, I've beaten it with almost everybody. Successfully worked for a new scam grocery self-store checkout machine, saving me $3. Inspector, that's pretty funny. And then so we're gonna be just working on kind of everything today. It's a mishmash of things. Hopefully people can stick around. If you can't, no hard feelings. We will be doing Linux. We will be doing system stuff. Kind of all the stuff we normally do, guys. Right? I was thinking about pulling up I have some training for the college, and I've decided long ago, I'm like, you know what, if I'm going to have to take training at the college where I'm teaching, I'm going to do it whenever I want to, right? So I might pull some of that up and do training, stuff that I got to do. Not their internal training, but some of this Azure stuff I got to work on. So I might do that. I was the self-checkout machine. Inspector, I watched a movie today. Earlier today, I watched a movie, and I made a meme out of it. And I don't know if the meme was appropriate. I make memes that are not necessarily appropriate for Discord, even for our Discord. And I'm like, well, I try not to split people too much on my stuff. I know other people on the Discord will try to split people up, but I try not to because I'm supposed to be like the captain and all that stuff. But I will tell you that I made a pretty good meme off of this, and the reason I'm telling you, Inspector, is you would have really liked this movie. There were quite a few diameters to inspect on the movie. It's a movie from 1981, which is the year I was born, and it's called Dimension of Terror. And I'm just going to tell you right now, it was not the best movie I've ever seen, but one of the reasons I watched it was, one, it was free on Amazon Prime. Oh, quite a gape, Inspector. In fact, people were crawling into them at a pretty high rate. But what happened in this movie, and I'm not going to ruin it for anybody, if you haven't seen it since 1981, it's been 43 years now, in case anybody's wondering. These people go to this other universe. Well, and also the other thing that surprised me, the reason I picked it on Amazon Prime, one, I like horror movies, although horror movies never really scare me. But two, it had a really good, it had 3.5 or 4 stars, and I was like, this movie did really well for just being some little low budget production, So I gave the movie a shot, and it was not great, but they did do the one thing that all 1980s sci-fi on another planet movies do, and that is they killed a woman by having a giant worm or a slime creature of some type crawl over the top of her and melt her clothes off. I don't know why that's such a thing from the 80s sci-fi realm, but that is a thing, and it did happen in that movie. So it was quite awkward. But anyways, so we're gonna do whatever we do today and kind of talk about stuff. And how a gape were they? Quite relaxed in that sense. All right, so let me pull up. Let me come over here again and I'm going to pull up our Killer Coda. So if anybody wants to do the labs with me that I'll be kind of working through, we're not going to be, strictly speaking, doing any one lab, but most of the time when we do labs, I like to have you in one of my labs that has at least 2 systems. So go to Linux Labs, and I'll give you guys this link here in a second. We'll do the NFS one, even though the NFS is not really the point of this today. I'll link this to you guys. So here it is on the YouTube side, and then here it is pinned over on the Twitch side. I gotta fix this stupid... My microphone's right here, but every time I pull it out, I gotta fix this cable again. So I'm gonna pin this, and I'll just leave that pinned up there until I'm done. He said, many horror movies I find are predictable and cheesy. I enjoy them when they're done well. Inspector, let me tell you, this was at least a unique kind of story. The closest story I could have probably taken this Dimension of Terror to would have probably been, it's similar. It was very similar to, what's the movie where the thing goes past the edge of space and comes back? And then it's just a big empty ship and it's killing everybody with like phantasm type stuff. What's that called? It's movie that was always scaring people in the 90s. Like it scared people out of movie theaters and stuff. Something Horizon, Event Horizon. That's exactly what it was. Event Horizon. It was very similar to like a Event Horizon type movie, in that they went to this place and bad things happened. So it was not too bad. X-MIDI, how's it going? I don't know if I said that right, but how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Today's my birthday, and I am just hanging out today. We do have a pinned lab if anybody wants to do the lab with me, although I'm not really working through the lab. I'm just kind of generically doing Linux and messing around because it's my birthday, and we don't really have to work too hard on Fridays or on my birthday, which it happens to be both. So let's do, the lab is pinned. The lab's up there on the YouTube side, but we'll do it just to do it, and then we'll talk through Linux in general aside from this. So your team has determined they need an NFS share to facilitate file system access across multiple servers from one central location. By the way, guys, I am the one who maintains these. Me and the Prolug group, we maintain these. These are also up in my Discord and GitHub. If anybody needs to see, like if you were like, oh, hey, that's kind of cool, I want to get into working on Killer Coda, you guys can absolutely get in there and build labs in Killer Coda and do all kinds of stuff. So thanks for the follow too, by the way, X-MIDI. I don't know if that's MDI 0 or MIDI. I don't know. I'm too old. And Control Byte, you don't have. One of you guys should have it. Let me do a shout out. Hold on. I don't have my normal guys here to do shout out. That work? There we go. Boom. And what were you guys doing over there? Let's see. Let's see what's going on over there. We're in software and game development. By the way, guys, I should be... Let me make sure I'm not lying to anybody. I should be in science and tech. Okay, good. I want to make sure I'm in science and tech. I didn't accidentally go over into the software and gaming, because I get asked a lot, like, are you programming here? And I'm like, we're doing Linux here, but I'm not strictly speaking coding, right? I'm doing system stuff, and we're setting stuff up. And you might see me do some Bash and Ansible, but we're not really coders around here. So I want to level set that, because people ask me all the time. They're like, what's this and what's that? And I'm like, yeah, I can do that a little bit, but that's not what I do professionally. This is what I do professionally. All right, yep. And Christian, thanks for the happy birthday. It is my birthday today. So he said that over on the YouTube side. Coding in Ansible and Bash. Yeah, I mean, enough. Like, I code enough. Like, we were even writing, I wrote a shell wrapper for some Ansible stuff that I did today. Yeah, professional YAML swear, right? I just swear at YAML all day. That's all I do. All right, so here's our steps for this lab. Deploy the NFS server on node 01. So we're going to set up node 01. We're going to share out the file system /share to any system that wants to connect, and then we'll verify that the system's being shared out. Those are going to be our steps. So there's a solution here. We can SSH over to node 01. By the way these labs are set up, you can literally just click through the buttons, next, and be done. But the goal of it is to get you looking at what you're doing and thinking through, like, all the steps. Enough so that if I were to say, oh, Robodom, you don't have to be gifting subs, man. Thank you for that, though. If any of you guys got a gifted sub, make sure you thank Robodom, but, enjoy your ad-free viewing and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Robodom's one of my mods, guys. He's kind of the glue that sticks a lot of this stuff together. Real quick, one of the things that you should do when you do these labs, right? I have a book, but the book's not necessary. But you should be kind of thinking through what you're doing in such a way that you could probably come over here and go to like an Excalidraw, right? We've got our little Excalidraw here. And I'm going to clear this one. I'm just going to wipe the canvas. I don't need the canvas at all. Reset it. Go back to dark mode, right? We should be on dark mode, because why not? And then what I can do is I can share this out for you guys. So we'll start a session. I'll copy the link. I'll drop this to you guys on the YouTube side, and you guys should just be able to get that to work. On the Twitch side, I'll drop it to you guys, but you guys won't be able to get it to work without grabbing it and throwing it in your browser. You can't, the link won't just go. And what we'll do here is I'll just grab, you know, a box here, and I'll just say NFS design, right? And this is me thinking through, what am I doing in this lab? I'm going to do a little NFS design, and then I could grab this, right? If any of you guys join, we could just have a few of these sitting out here where you guys can be working in them as well. And what you can do is you could kind of draw out what we're doing in this lab. And so far, what I know we're doing in this lab is that we've got two servers. We've got control plane. And some of you might not have thought of this, but did you know that you can use any of these tools, and you can go do any lab you want, and then you can visualize it and draw it however it sticks in your head best. This is people learn all kinds of things different ways, guys, right? And this is a thing you could do. So I'm going to grab this. Boom. I know it's control plane. Grab it. And then I know it's node 01. Doesn't have to be pretty. It has to be enough to convey to you or others the things you're doing. Because here's the thing, and most people I don't think will tell you this, or maybe you'll learn this over time as an engineer. But one of the things you do as an engineer, when you build things and you troubleshoot things, those are your two main things. But one of the things is, as you build things, you have to be able to convey that information over to other engineers and management. And it's not that you've got to sell your ideas. That's not exactly it. It's that you have to be able to show how your ideas work so that somebody else can step through and go, let me think about that. But also for you, as we talk about, I need to bring that up later. Robodom, will you remind me in a little bit, like chaos engineering? But also, like, maybe I can look at this and then do a little chaos engineering with it and go, what if node 01 goes down? How do I set up a backup NFS? How would I do that? Like, what are the ways that I would do that? And we've got these tools and these things out there that we can kind of go with that. Hey, Twisted Seed, how's it going? It's a mess around day, right? We're not, release the grams. And Control Byte, was that you that went and redid it? I forget who it was. I think it was you. But I thought that they had gotten rid of their free cert, but apparently they still have it. So that's awesome. Control Byte found that. So that's kind of like a kudos to Control Byte for finding they still have that free as a cert. So when we're talking about, I've told you guys this, like all these free certs, and you did it too, SK, that's awesome. Because here's the thing. If you've got nothing on your resume, boom, 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 it's just another thing. Oh, no, hey, SK, you got it yourself, right? But we were here to kind of cheer you on, and it actually really does. I do really like when people are like, oh, yeah, hey, I got a cert because you guys and this, and we're not doing it. You guys are doing it yourself. It's your own knowledge. You're going to be able to put that into your own engineering practice, but we're just here to be like, hey, you can do this. And then you do it, and you're like, oh, I did it. And we're like, we told you, right? Like, we know you could do it. Yeah, SK, that's the goal of this stuff, is to get you guys doing engineering, get your hands on stuff, building stuff, and that's one of the good things. So anyway, so there's this, and you guys could be in this. I linked this to you guys. Ranger Cam, freaking Ranger. By the way, guys, it got to 111 yesterday in Phoenix. I don't know what it is. It's 109 outside right now, so it's probably not getting any hotter because it's 6:17 here. So it's starting to come down. But guys, I'm telling you, man, 100 and something. Yeah. Well, and so I think for you guys, hold on. So for you guys in the 109 to Fahrenheit to Celsius, it's 42. It's 42, almost 43 for you guys that are in other parts of the world. Hey, Quartz One, how's it going? Thanks for the resubscription. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you.
Happy birthday.
Hey, it said happy birthday. I didn't think that thing was working anymore. I didn't think my voice things were working at all. All right. By the way, I had some soda for my birthday. I would have had soda if it wasn't my birthday, but all right. So what are we doing? We're looking at Ranger. We're drawing stuff over here and to look at what we're doing. Strategically skedaddle to Alaska. Inspector Alaska is going to be the last state that my wife visits. She wants to hit all 50 states, and she's at, I think, about 43 right now or so. And she wants to do it before she's 50, so she's got like 3 more years, and 3 and some change years. And the goal is the last year, she's going to have hit all the other states, and then we're going to do like a big cruise up to Alaska. We've been telling all our friends and stuff about it and saying like, hey, we're going to do like this big, just go up there. We're going to do it like 3 months before her birthday, though, because if anything happens and they cancel the cruise or the cruise crashes or whatever, then we'll just come back and she'll fly up there. We don't want her to miss it because of something dumb happening with the cruise, right? Like, that would be really dumb to do the cruise on her birthday and then have something weird happen, you know? So that's kind of the plan. All right, so we're on node 01. The next thing is, let's verify that there's no packages for NFS. If you've never used this tool, dpackage-L will give you a list of all the stuff in the file system, all of the packages. And you could use a word count-L to say, well, there's about 530, not quite 538 because there's some headers and stuff. Yeah, thanks for that. Somebody said happy birthday. That was FPV Hex. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. Yeah. So we're having a good day. We're just working through some Linux. I'm gonna play some video games and just mess around. I could play Mechabellum too, because Mechabellum's pretty fun. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. That's a pretty fun little game. But I don't really plan on changing like what thing I'm in. I almost thought about just being in just chatting for the day or whatever. On the Twitch side, for you guys on YouTube, on the Twitch side, you got to pick what thing you're in, and people get all mad if you're not in the right one or whatever. But nobody really cares that much. But yeah. But I appreciate you guys. So let's do an apt install nfs-kernel server. We told it to install one thing. Our package manager is apt, and the -y says go ahead and install any dependencies with it. But what's going to happen is you might look at this and go, well, how many dependencies did it add to the system? Right? Like it was supposed to install the one thing, but there were all these other things that it installed as well. I got to show you. I got to give you guys the Discord too. There's the one Discord, but then I'll link it over to you guys on the YouTube side as well. So if anybody wants to jump in the Discord and hang out, it is my birthday, so we're just kind of hanging out and not working too hard. But we did all this, and you see it doing a bunch of things. It installed a bunch of stuff. It says I'm setting some symlinks, and we've looked at this before. Everything in Ubuntu and Red Hat is run out of systemd, which is basically an advanced init, the old init and run levels and stuff. But it's basically an advanced version of that. And systemd does really good at starting the systems, and we can look at how each individual service starts, how long they take to start, what's a dependency for them. There's all kinds of things. But what I see here is it's installing and building all these things for me. So I didn't have to do it. All I did was install NFS kernel server. But if I do a systemctl status on NFS server, I'll see that NFS server is both enabled, so it's going to start on boot, and it's active currently, meaning something started it. It was actually started as I installed it. But then if I want to look and say, well, but is it actually sharing anything out yet? All I did was install a service. Should it be sharing anything from my server? Good security says no. So maybe I do a show mount -e, or I do an export fs, and I see that nothing is being shared off of this box right now. But is it being listened to? Is my system listening for connections on that, right? And here we see that the NFS service is running. The server is running. We see that with an ss-ntulp and looking for port 2049, which is the default port to connect on NFS, we see that UDP it's got 2 connections. One is I'm listening to anybody in all the world on port 2049 for IPv4. And then I'm listening to anybody in the world on IPv6 for port 2049. That's UDP connections. TCP connections, which are listening, they're actively listening, are the same. That's the IPv4 any address, and that's one of the ways to note an IPv6 any address. There's like 2 or 3 other ways, but this is one of them, or this is a few of them here. Okay? So we got that. And then we see that we're not sharing anything out, which makes sense. I haven't said anything to be shared. But if I wanted to see what apt actually installed, there's a few ways I can do it. I can cat var log apt, and then apt. That should just be history.log. History, if I could spell it, .log. And here are all the things that have happened on the server. Well, since the log started, in fact, if we care. That's no UDP connection. It's unconnected, right? Yeah, it's unconnected. But here's our command line. Here's what we told it to install. But I kind of asked a question like, what other things were there? I mean, this was the only thing I told it to actually install was the NFS kernel server. But it installed this lib ti rpc, whatever that is. It did lib ti rpc3, whatever that is. Key utils, rpc bind. I'm familiar with rpc bind, right? The point is, you don't have to know anything. It gave us the NFS common, which is actually the client. It assumed if you needed the server that you wanted the client to connect, that kind of stuff. And then I did this lib NFS ID map 2, whatever this protocol does, right? And we can go Google and look up and actually maybe read the man pages for these different tools if we needed to know more about them. But if you are using package managers, you're conceding as a systems engineer, as a systems administrator, that other things are coming with them. This is a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off in engineering, right? You could not have an NFS server. You could build your own NFS server from basic packages. You can go download and make it on the server. You are probably going to find a lot of dependencies, and then now you're going to be managing those dependencies. A lot of engineering, it's just kind of assumed, well, we'll just use the apt, or we're just going to use the DNF or the yum. Yum is the older one, and DNF's kind of new coming in, or zipper, or whatever our tooling is. And the point is, you got to understand that you give some stuff up, and some of these tools are going to be hit by CVEs, your common vulnerability and exposures. They're going to pop up in the database, and your teams that scan, typically your active security teams or your governance, risk, and compliance teams that probably have scanners that have root access on your boxes and can check things and that kind of stuff. They're going to notice things falling out of compliance over time, and you're going to have to patch your servers and stuff. So there's this constant game that's going on. It's like this ebb and flow of like, all my servers are patched, but they're immediately out of date, and then I'm patching them again. I'm patching tomorrow and the next day. I'm patching all this weekend. That's actually one of the last things I'm doing on this big contract that I'm a part of. And you know what? It's actually really good. Like, I'm leaving. I've helped staff up the team for the last year. I've helped get everything organized, and it's kind of like I've documented all the stuff I've done, and it's kind of like it's a good time to leave, right? And then Baba, yeah, thanks for the JoyX anniversary. I assume that's like a birthday. That looks almost like it's French. Actually, fun fact. I watched a movie yesterday. We were talking about horror movies. I watched a movie yesterday called Under Paris, which was a horror movie. It was about sharks. It wasn't super well done, but it was pretty gory, so that was okay. But what I really liked about it was it showed all this stuff that's under France, and I'm like, I wonder how much of that's actually real, because some of it was CGI, but some of it was definitely like real tunnels and like water. So I don't know how much of that's actually like really like in the, like how much they actually have that goes underneath underneath Paris specifically. But it was kind of interesting. It was an interesting little thing. And then a lot of Americans, as of yesterday, were focused on France because of Normandy and D-Day and all that kind of stuff. 80 years, in fact, now since then. Yeah, they were like catacombs, but they were like water-based, Inspector. It was pretty cool. I think that was on Hulu. It was a thing called Under Paris. It was a shark movie, but it was like a shark in the waterways, like this giant shark that had gotten way bigger than a shark should. Not quite a Deep Blue Sea as far as like quality of murders and stuff, but Deep Blue Sea was pretty good. If you never seen that, it's maybe good's not a good word. I mean, I guess like some horror movies have to be good, right? So I guess it would fall into, it's at least well put together, but it's definitely like iconic. There's things in that movie that definitely happened. So then we got a Feliz Cumpleaños over on the YouTube side, which I guess is also like happy birthday. Completing a year. So let's check a couple of things. We see these things are open on the box, right? So what we need to do then is make sure there's no firewall in front of this service, which means that these things should be open, right? Another way that we can check if things are open is we could come back to this other box and throw something at that box. Typically, we'll use a tool like Netcat, and we'll go to node 01, and then we'll go on port 2049. And we'll just say, am I getting a connection over there? And I like to throw a -VZ on there, because then it'll just say, yeah, I connected. Yeah, I tried and I connected. And I say, okay, that's cool. How about, is there a web server open on there? I don't think there should be, but okay, there's no. But we did get an active on 2049, so we expected that. You might say, why didn't you just stay on node 01 and do your netcat -VZ to node 01 to himself, right? Does anybody know why that worked, right? On this server to port on 127.0.0.1 on 2049, this worked, but does anybody know why that's not super effective for knowing that somebody can really connect to you? Remember, I told you the firewall's off. We know the firewall's inactive. The firewall's ready to be active, though, by the way, but it's not. And why is this irrelevant? Do you guys know that your kernel, when you send to 127.0.0.1, nothing else gets in between there? So this would work even if we turned the firewall on and blocked port 2049. And I'm not going to do that and prove it right now, but I can guarantee you that's true. We have other labs that do that kind of stuff, and you could install the NFS on there and verify. Yeah, localhost only, ACLs plus network partition. Yeah, it only does external connections in. Yeah, it's because loopback's separate. Yeah, it's not evaluated past the kernel. It stays in the kernel. It doesn't leave and come back into the system in any way. So that's the thing. You can dig into a lot of that. You can go trace that and look at it if you want, and like really dig into how those calls are happening. But I can assure you that that's not leaving, and that's definitely not getting inspected by the firewall on your machine. Yeah, NC, by the way, is a command I love. But a lot of people will be like, well, why don't you just use what's the scanner? Nmap. NC is actually the underpinnings of Nmap. So NC is just doing the one individual thing you want to or whatever. Hey, thanks for the follow, Lucan, Paulkin. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just messing around today. It's Friday, right? I don't work too hard on Fridays. It's my birthday. I've gotten called into a lot of, I got called into some last minute stuff before our patching effort. I got called into a thing on hardening systems, which is part of a lab set that I'm going to be doing with you guys too. Yeah, Nmap uses NC under the hood. That's true, Twisted. Yeah. Yeah, Doc, it's definitely Nmap. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the birthday stuff. What if we do that on something? Top Rack, I missed whatever that is. If you did a link, you got to do it down in the Discord probably. Yeah, hardening systems yeah, SK, you'll do a lot of system hardening as a systems administrator and engineer over time. And basically it's just how do we set up a system for the first time to make it at a certain level, like a certain baseline of security, and then, get through whatever we're doing. So, yeah, I have a whole big talk I've been working on for that. I got so much stuff I got to do, guys. 0.0.0.0. All right. Yeah. Speaking of firewalls, have been feeling fun dealing with nuance between IP tables and NF tables. Yeah, NF tables is the newest one. Most people, if you don't know that, NF tables is kind of where IP tables is being deprecated. NF tables is coming. I've never touched NF tables directly. I've only ever done it through Firewall D. So on the Red Hat side, Firewall D is the preferred way to touch, and Firewall CMD is the preferred way to touch your firewall nowadays. They don't really recommend a lot of the way we used to do all the IP tables and all of our accepts and drops and all that kind of stuff. They don't really want us doing that much anymore in the systems world. You can still do it, but I haven't done that with NF tables. The last place I really dug in like that was with IP tables, which is kind of getting long in the tooth and going out the door. I don't know if all the systems are getting rid of it, but I know it's going away on the Red Hat side of things. So okay, so we've done enough talking. Let's set up our directory. We're going to make a directory share, and we're going to change it to nobody and no group. So there's no owner and no group. Those are two default groups that are used if you don't have a UID on the system. So there we go. Robodom, you gave inspector diameter a gift sub. So I definitely appreciate that. I'm sure Inspector appreciates it because now he doesn't have to go in and drop in on commercials all the time anymore. Make sure you refresh your browser over there, Inspector, because it'll be messed up. It's 3:30 there, so what am I doing? Apologies, Scott. What lab are you doing? Doug, I am on an NFS lab. Strictly speaking, I wasn't even going to be really messing with the NFS, but I wanted to do a lab that had 2 systems, right? So we could hit both boxes and do whatever. So we're kind of doing it. Yeah, Fisherman, we are definitely on a birthday stream, getting all of the, for you guys, if when that pops up, it'll be the golden jackets. One of my favorite little emotes. That's, I need to start working on the golden jacket again, but I just haven't been doing much with the cloud. I need to start digging back into the cloud a bunch. I've been doing a lot of Azure for the college. I've been teaching Azure classes, and what I was telling you guys earlier was I was thinking about since they required me to do stuff. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna pull these up and do these on stream, but I'm not gonna do them right now. But I have all these labs here that I can come in and like, here's all the lessons. Oh, I gotta sign back. I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to sign back in. But the point is, I was just gonna be like, well, damn, if I got to do all this training, I'm just gonna do it with, 50 of my closest friends or whatever between the 2 streams or whatever. But all right, anyways, let's do this. Let's VI our Etsy exports directory. Shift G O, go to a new line. You need a new line. You could put it anywhere, I guess, but I'm gonna drop it down here, and I'm gonna copy this line right here. So it's share, and we're just gonna share out that share directory. Paste it. That's fine. And we're going to share it out from that /share directory to anybody. We're not going to limit it in any way. We're just going to say anybody can connect. They can read and write. They can use sync or not. It doesn't matter if they want to sync actively through their client. Clients can do that. And there's no subtree check. And I think that has something to do with how often they scan or something like that. But we'll just leave it like that. Escape :WQ. If you guys want to dig in on any of that, you can always man NFS kernel server. Should just be able to man. Oh, maybe not. Maybe you can just man NFS, and then it'll tell you about, NFS and what's going on in the system. You can read through that. Oh, here's some of the other ones. So possibly NFSD would have it. But anyways, the point is, if you and exports and NFS mount and these kind of things, you can go look at the different information. There's a lot of information kept in your machine. You don't always have to run out to Google. You can go read a lot of this different stuff to see how your system is mapping things and that kind of stuff. But anyways, there's also the internet, obviously, to find a lot of those answers. I highly appreciate the gifts. Just don't think it helps me avoid ads because I already do ads. Well, Inspector, now you don't have to wait for me anymore, even if the ad blockers get popped or something. Yeah, do gift subs to send into head Tannis. You guys don't have to send me money. I do all right. But I do always appreciate it. It keeps me motivated. We've done that. So the question is, real quick, if I added that to my Etsy exports and I do my show mount -E, is that going to be immediately sharing out that share directory, or is there something else that I need to do? And I know it says the answer right here on the left. Hold on, I gotta change this music. I know it says the answer over there on the left, but I want you guys to think about it. Let's see if I can get I need music libraries. Where's my music libraries? There we go. No, I need my playlists. This is just too chill right here. Let's do streaming fast. Let's see how this one turns out. All right. We'll listen to this stuff a little bit. Thanks for that, Fisherman. He did a community sub gift something. I don't know. Fisherman, I appreciate it. By the way, guys, we need to pressure Fisherman to stream more. We need to get him. We need to peer pressure him into streaming more. So that's the thing, right? Well, yeah, we're doing NFS, and I think I linked it for you guys as well. Yeah, we're sharing out NFS, and then we're connecting to it. So that's over on the YouTube side. Yeah, Fisherman contributing to the meme challenge. We need to get more of the memes going, because that'll keep me happy on my birthday. And also, we've had a lot of good memes. I was showing them earlier. There was some good stuff. Birthday gift in the meme challenge. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Oh, God, guys. Hold on. Oh God, I'm too old for this. You guys know how old I am? Does anybody know how old I am today? I know some of you do. I was born in 81, so I guess you can figure that out. You're one off, Control Byte. 43. Oh, jeez. That is terrible. That's man. We're supposed to be doing good stuff. I don't even know. All right, so guys, if you don't know, he's been doing a lot of AI stuff, and that's like that's not fun like this. Like this is fun. That one's like ugh. That one's awkward. Oh man, cheesecake and angel cake? Actually sounds pretty good. All right, and then complaints. What kind of complaints do we got? All right, man. Yeah, that AI stuff's terrible. That's terrible. All right. So, yeah, to answer the question, though, and I apologize any of you guys had to see that. If we show mount, we still have nothing mounted. And I want you guys to think about this. And I talk about this often, but why don't we want a file to be automatically grabbed or automatically shown on the system side if we change something? Why do we not want that file to immediately present out what we just did to it? So I want you guys to think about that, all right? Yeah, there's something to think about there. I'll tell you guys here in a minute, but let's restart the service and then do a show mount -e. And when we do that, now we've got that share coming out. We can also do an export FS, and we can see it there as well. So there's two ways to see it: show mount -e and export FS. So I can see the stuff. I can see that it's exposed out there from node 01, and I'm going to go ahead and move back to my main node, my control plane node. So we hit check, validation successful. That means that server's up over there. All right, the NFS is up on node 01. And I say here, so far you've set up NFS server and share, so now we have to connect to it as another system. By the way, I'm going to jump back over here in Excalidraw. I linked this to you guys earlier. You guys can hop in here with me, and you guys can draw in here as well. If you need the link, let me know. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna drop the link for this in case anybody wants it. Like if anybody wants to draw in here, I'm gonna copy that link and I'll drop it in our Twitch schedule stuff here. So here it is. That link is there. So if you guys need this, you can hop in here and collaborate with me. Let's say. So node 01 has that NFS. So NFS service. Oh God, I hope somebody doesn't grab that freaking picture. All right, so here's our NFS service, right? And maybe I want this to be like dotted lines or something, so I know that it's here. And then maybe I want to say over here that it's port 2049, right? Maybe that's something that's whoops. Maybe that's important to me that I know that it's port 2049. And then maybe I know here, let's grab all this here, move it up a little bit, and maybe we say that it's shared out, right? And maybe it shares everything to here. And then now I know this, and that's how my system's set up. Maybe I want to grab this and make it a little bigger. I don't know, something like that. Boom. I don't know, right? You can play with this however you want to share information. I don't know, 2049. So now our next part is we're going to get this server to connect to that, right? And it's going to connect using the NFS client, right? So we're going to get the NFS client. And this music is supposed to be dark, and it's kind of more sad, isn't it? I thought I'd come learn Linux. Now I'm learning Excalidraw as well. So, SK, one of the big parts of engineering that is like kind of like a soft skill that you just kind of pick up if you go to school or you pick up being an engineer for a while is drawing out your ideas. So, man, my idea, I don't have to draw this stuff clean. This doesn't have to look perfect, but this is good enough to convey the idea that I want to management or to a project manager or somebody else that's like, well, what are you trying to design, or what's this proof of concept you're trying to bring in, or how does this tool work, or what's that API that you're hitting? Like people, I could sit here all day and talk about it, right? But it would just kind of bounce off everybody, especially in meetings, right? Nobody wants to be in an effing meeting anyways. But if you show them something, and maybe you drop this into a little like proof of concept type, couple of little PowerPoints, you know, because you just grab this, you use probably the best tool lately by Microsoft is a snipping tool. You just grab this effing thing like this, and then now you've got an exact copy of this, and maybe even go like boom. You know, you highlight a couple of things for whatever, and then you send it over to somebody on Teams or something, or whatever tool you're using. I don't know, right? I tell you guys all the time, productivity doesn't have to happen just down in Linux. We're systems engineers and Linux engineers and storage and security and all this crap, but we still do our productivity and have to interface. That's why I even, like, I know I shouldn't, you guys are always telling me, Scott, stop letting this stuff bother you, but it fucking pisses me off. Like, somebody will wander in here off of fucking YouTube and be like, he's not even on Linux. He's on a Windows machine. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, didn't you see all the Linux I was doing? They're like, but he's not on a Linux machine to do the Linux. You're like, that's not how professionals operate. Professionals are using whatever tools they need to. Like a professional, like, it's almost like Leon the professional. Like, he'll kill you with anything. He just happens to go long range, or he uses a knife or whatever. But it's like the same thing. I can use anything to you give me a putty command, and I can get into any system I want. I don't have to be, you know, like laid out and have like a nice table in front of me and 2 candles to do Linux. Like that's fucking stupid. It's not a seance. It's not I'm not summoning the dead. I'm doing engineering, right? It doesn't matter how I get there. But you'll find that's like a junior engineer thing. Like, that's always the first thing I think when like somebody comes in and is like, oh, he's not even in a Linux command. I'm like, what do you mean I'm not in Linux? I'm doing Linux all over the place, right? Anyway, so whatever. I'm not gonna be that guy, but I'm that guy. Anyway, so let's mount this stuff up and do this stuff. So here we're gonna install the NFS common on this machine, and it's also gonna install some other packages that are required. Acting desktop Linux means you're only doing part of the Linux. Inspector, I actually do have desktop Linux, though. I just don't do it on stream all the time. You only do. I do have desktop Linux in my environment. I just don't do it all the time. I can pull up desktop Linux right now. Hold on. Where's that? Where's one of my desktop Linuxes? He's not. A couple of these boxes are actually tragically on a fully running. Is GitLab down? Oh shit, I need to turn the GitLab on. I haven't used GitLab in a while. Oh, poor box. OpenSUSE, definitely. Oh, is OpenSUSE down too? Jeez. Well, how about Hostbox? Hostbox isn't for sure. He's on so many boxes. I do have quite a many boxes around here. This one's sitting on some kind of, that's something. But I don't, you guys know I hop in. I don't do that stuff. All right, hold on. That's a bit loud. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. Also, that music. Oh, I'm on streaming fast. Okay, I'm not in dark. I'm in fast. Happy birthday! Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Linux is for home. Most people live from Windows, at least in my circle. I don't mind. Like, guys, I can be in Linux at the I just like gaming too and stuff, so I mostly don't run Linux on the home machine. Fair enough. Do all Linux, but necessarily all the time. Yeah, Inspector, that's fair enough. I actually, it popped up in my Facebook feed yesterday. Up until 2011, I did only run Linux at home, old versions of Ubuntu, and I actually went through all of my early college on all Linux, but yeah, I just don't do it as much anymore because I don't want to be like that guy working on a system, like a mechanic that comes home to work on his car. I didn't want to be that guy. So, anyway, so let's mount this. So here's our mount command. Our mount command will automatically find that it's NFS. I could have used the -T and given the type NFS explicitly, but mount will find, as long as you have the different handlers installed and the clients installed, it'll find out that that's an NFS link. It'll connect to it. You could have also done a mount -T NFS and been very explicit about the type, but we're fine. It took me installing Ubuntu like 8 times before getting into it. Yeah, it's yeah. and some of you guys, as you do this stuff long enough, you're also going to want to disconnect from some of that stuff over time as well, right? You're going to be like, I don't want to see another command line again all weekend or whatever, you know. Although I tend to, because I tend to stream and that kind of stuff, so I'm always in some kind of command line. But we have that. We're going to check the mount, and we're going to see that, yes, indeed, we are mounted off of NFS01 share. And it's got a certain size, and it's mounted on /MNT on my local machine, right? So now we can touch and then see that that's in there. And even though we're the root user on this box, I am root, but when I wrote it over there, it got written as a 644 file with nobody and no group. So it's got nobody and no group assigned to it. It's 0 bytes long, and it was built on June 8th, 01. So at 1 something in the morning. That's UTC time, by the way, in case you're wondering. It's still my birthday where I live. It's going to be my birthday for another 6 hours or so. 5 hours or so. Because it's almost 7 now. So where are we at? Did we hit? We're almost at an hour, too. Jeez. Sometimes the time just flies. Loreno of Q asked on the YouTube side, how old am I now? I am 43 now. So I'm getting old. But I was a grandpa at 39, so I already felt old. And I got all this gray hair coming in now, too. That's kind of fun. But when I get the wife to cut my hair, when she gets back, I'm going to have her cut my hair. And then I will look slightly younger because you won't see all my gray hair on the side. But it's kind of going everywhere, so I'm getting more and more gray hair everywhere, despite my greatest efforts. So let's unmount that. And if you unmount it and then you go look in that directory, so we ls-l and mount, and we do a df-h on mount, you'll see that it's no longer mounted. Technically, every day's your birthday. That's funny. So now let's go, and we're going to add to our etcfs tab. So vi etcfs tab. And this is actually kind of funny. I had somebody... it doesn't matter. I'm not even going to bother bringing that up. But we're going to copy that, Control-Shift-V, and it'll drop that in here. And I've told you guys before, I'm not a big fan of how this looks. I'm not a big fan of how Ubuntu, for free, out of the box, makes their etcfs tab file. Most of the time, people that work in this space and what you will find with, what you will find in the professional spaces, this is going to look more like this. In the enterprise type space, these are going to be spread out automatically by the file system as it's built. They will be much cleaner and easier to read. Something like this is what I'm used to seeing inside of like a Red Hat box. It'll look more like this. And it doesn't have to. This is easier to maintain. It's easier to look at. It's easier to go up and down through this file and see what's actually there and all that kind of stuff. Can I mount home dir to NFS? Yeah, binary actually. So in a lot of environments I've been in, we will use home off of NFS so that everybody's home directories on any machine all come off the same system. However, NFS is definitely the cheapest way to do it. The way that I prefer to do it is over like Lustre, which is a high-speed parallel file system, or like GPFS, which is IBM's kind of high-speed file system. Tell Indianapolis Chodes to convert their FS tab to system demount units. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was that same guy, yeah. He was actually talking about this. I must have been in this part of the lab. And he's like, he wasn't using any of the right terminology. I'm like, I don't. And then he's like, he didn't even code a single line of C the whole time. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not a coder. I never told one of you guys I was a coder. Never, not once. That's not what I do. Hetamus, I have RHCSA right now. I'm in a government job, mostly with working with Linux, but not the post. I want to work with OpenShift containers. What do you suggest I do? Well, so OpenShift, my brother actually runs OpenShift for a pretty big company here in the U.S. And what I would tell you to do is if you're already working in Linux space and you want to move over to OpenShift, OpenShift is just Red Hat's containers, guys. So one of our guys, M. Pessa, down on the Discord, if you ask him about it, he took all of the OpenShift container labs or tests. So he did all that. The other thing you can do is you can just go get generic Kubernetes certs. That looks pretty good. Use AutoFS to auto-mount the NFS home directories where the user logs in. Yeah, you could do that too, Fisherman. Where did I get this artist back? Oh, I think I put it on there because you did the Fisherman, I think you got the artist badge because you built the art for the Discord, not because of the art you just recently made. That's just absolutely terrible. Just terrible. Okay. So we made that, but this is kind of an old systems administrator trick here. We do a df-h and we don't see that mounted. We do a mount grep-i for NFS. We don't see any NFS mounted. Do I like Rancher? I've set up Rancher a couple times in a home lab. I've never set up Rancher professionally. I have no problems with Rancher. It seems to work just fine. Let's do a mount-a. And one of the nice things about mount-a is it will automatically read through etcfs tab and mount everything as though you were booting the system. So if you just made a mistake on that line and this broke on the mount, it's better to find it now than when you reboot the machine and it doesn't come up because of a broken link. So this is one of the little tricks that I kind of use, where if I muck around in any way in that file, one, I always have a copy of files. But if I didn't have a copy of that file somewhere, I would still know right now that I broke that. I wouldn't know on a reboot, if that makes sense, because almost universally that reboot's going to happen sometime that's inconvenient for you, and then you're going to be the one that gets called. So our NFS design is just control plane node 01. What is the second node for? No. NFS is coming off of node 01. We did it on node 01. So if we come back over here to our drawing, oh jeez, oh god, you baited me for that, didn't you, Fisherman? That's not a real picture, guys. That's AI, and it's absolutely so. Like when I go to show people like all the AI images or all the fun memes I got, I'm not gonna be able to show that one because that was just terrible. All right. So there's that. We mount. God, that's terrible. Anyway, so df-h. There's our mount, and then if we touch mount final check, we can see that the file check is in there, and then it's all worked. The system's going to be up. We do validation successful. It's fucking terrible. God, I can't even open up my Excalibur. Oh, guys, I quit. Everybody. I quit. Sysadmin, what is your view of NixOS and Nix? Chris, I've seen NixOS be used in like lab environments and for fun, but I haven't seen NixOS used anywhere professionally yet. So I always reserve my. Oh, jeez. Hold on, I can go like this and see. It's not clean yet. It's not clean now, Fisherman. Anyways, so the question over here was, yeah, like what do I think of NixOS? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Chris, I'm responding to you. But I've never seen it used professionally, so I hate to say that I group things like this. I group things into what I've used professionally and what I haven't. And my goal with almost everything is getting people to do stuff professionally. So I think NixOS probably has a place. It's probably coming up to be something useful soon, but I have not seen it used that way. Does that make sense? Also, you might say, well, Scott, why aren't you out there like bringing it into environments and this? Because a lot of the customers I work for, I work a lot of government. I work a lot of educational type stuff, like colleges and stuff, and almost any of them. I've seen NixOS used for dev environments and build machines. Okay, Q, that sounds good. Yeah. In my environments where I almost always maintain the pipeline coming up to prod, I haven't seen NixOS yet. But that being said, I played with it. I think it looks like a good tool. I see a use case for it, but a lot of the industries that I'm in, guys, are very risk averse. We are like, have you guys all seen, do you guys all know what the adoption, like the technology adoption curve is? Oh, it is clean. Jeez, thank God. All right. That was just going to be my tab forever. I was never going to be able to. All right. It's clean. Okay. Yeah, if you ever see the technology adoption curve, this is a very common curve that people will talk about. Let's see what these guys talk about. Yeah. So let's open the image in a new tab. It'll look, that looks terrible. People will. Let's see what this one looks like. That's terrible too. All right, let's go look. Let's go actually look at the. Open image and new tab. There we go. What you guys will see, yeah, and the chasm can be quite large for organizations. But if you guys have never seen this before, this is like a super useful thing to kind of understand. A lot of people think they're going to be over here their whole career. And I tell engineers this a lot too. Like, I maintain like thousands of systems, and I almost never get to do anything cool on those systems. I don't get to take those servers out and like drive donuts around the parking lot and see how fast they can go. That's not really what I do. I get to do that like at the beginning when I first build the environment. I'll do like a LinPack benchmark against everything, and that kind of stuff is fine. But most of your day-to-day stuff is just keeping stuff running, planning for new environments, and planning how things are going to get stuck into the pipeline and come up through. And maybe one of these days I'll be taking some NixOS and throwing it in and building it into a pipeline for like rapid deployment or something. But a lot of the times, Chris, it's definitely not my job to tell people what they need to use. No, like I'm not going to tell people not to use something. I'm just going to tell you like Nix is still up here for a lot of people. Like I've seen it. People have recommended it to me. I've built it in my environment, and it does stuff, but it's not. I mean, a lot of my companies are back over here, especially high performance compute, guys. High performance compute does not move fast. Although we do have 2 new initiatives, and we've been talking about these a lot down in the Discord. Like, there's the brand new one that just came out from the Linux Institute, and then there's our Linux Foundation, and there's one that came out about a year ago from Ubuntu. So that's kind of there. Would you tell people not to use PHP? Do you guys know that I worked at an organization? I don't know if FaintCalf's still around, but when FaintCalf and I used to work together, let me change. I'm gonna go back to streaming chill. When me and FaintCalf worked together, our software engineering team. So I was the Linux engineer and the high performance compute guy. FaintCalf was off doing security with one other guy, and we were pretty small company, but it was a $1 billion company. But we were a pretty tight knit little IT team. And the software engineers on our team, there was probably about 10 of them. They were under this director. They were an all PHP shop. They did everything in PHP. And you say, well, everything, even like yes. Things that were on my Linux boxes were all pipelined through PHP up and down the board. Not anything to do with web. It was all PHP binary. Like this director, he was very good, by the way. He loved hiring PHP guys. Not anything to do with web. Had nothing to do with web. Just internal apps and stuff. Yeah, Inspector, I have absolutely no problem with NixOS. In fact, NixOS is probably one of the best implementations I've seen of what we call stateless deployments. Why are you scaring chat? Yeah. Stateless deployments where we just turn boxes off and bring them up and they're clean again. Except NixOS itself is immutable because you can't even change the environment when you're in it. So that's even better. It's an immutable box, right? That was the sale for NixOS, which is awesome because, by the way, guys, by the time something gets to my prod, I don't have compilers on it anymore. There's no compilers on my prod boxes. Go F yourself. Go build it back somewhere else and test it. You cannot compile shit in my prod environments ever. That, by the way, like we talk about hills we'll die on as engineers, I will die on that hill as a systems engineer. If I'm the guy in charge of like the platforms in the environment, I will not have compilers in my prod environment. Somebody's like, well, what if you just need to deploy? Nope. There's never an emergency like that ever that causes that to be needed. And that's the thing about NixOS. NixOS forces you into that. So I could see like good use case for it. We just never, like even around here, I never built it up enough to play with it. So I can't tell people you can or can't do it. But all right, anyways, where are we at? We've been messing around too much. We finished the lab, but now let's talk about the things that we were kind of talking about because we didn't even get to. Oh look, I talked for an hour and I didn't even get to the things I wanted to over here. So we were going to do observation tools, right? That's where we were at. You might need a compiler. What if you want to run Gen 2 and Pro? Why would anyone on OS where you can't mute? Okay, so I will get back to this stuff because I meant to be going through this stuff today. This is one of the things we were going to do. But I am going to pull up Ranger Cam because we haven't checked on Ranger in a while. Go check. I'll go give him a treat and take a little break. Hopefully my voice doesn't crack anymore. And for 43, I shouldn't probably have that problem. I'm going to go and I'll put a little message up that says Hourglass. And we'll say, whoops, what happened there? I did not mean to pull up Microsoft Edge in any way. Hourglass. Nope. That's absolutely terrible. All right, give me a second here, guys. Hourglass. There we go. And let's say quick break and range retreat. 8 minutes. Take an 8-minute break. So I'll be right back. Robodom's in charge till I get back. Make sure you guys join the Discord and, gosh, just do anything better with memes than what Fisherman's doing. And I'll be back. It's terrible. Alright, where are we at here, guys? This is all terrible. This is the worst timeline right now. This is the worst timeline, guys. Me and Fisherman exist at the same time. And that's the worst. It's terrible. Alright. Coughing everywhere. Can you guys see me? Yes. You guys can see me again. Alright. Ranger's licking his bed because he just had a treat. Hopefully you guys saw that. What are we at here? Yeah, we're not working too hard today. That's the main thing. I think I'm already working too hard. This is terrible. Scenario's done. We'll get to another scenario here in a minute. But let's oh, maybe I'll play around a Brotato or so. You guys ever seen Brotato? Who here hasn't seen Brotato yet? Some of you guys have seen it. We're not working too hard on a Friday. What did I miss? I feel like I missed something. Alright. I guess maybe I didn't miss anything. Alright. I am going to start a thing on the Twitch side of things. You guys on the YouTube side, unfortunately, would have to hop over there to see it. But it is, we'll start a prediction. And the prediction is, will I beat round 20 of Brotato? And I'll give you guys 5 minutes for the prediction. And pull up a Brotato, and I'll get it started. You guys have win channel points if you make the correct prediction. Let me get rid of this other one. I'll unpin that lab. All right. You guys can vote on if you think I'm going to beat round 20 of Brotato or not. And if you guys have never seen Brotato, pretty fun little game. I'm going to play it on the hardest difficulty. I only play on level 20 or on level 5. I don't play on any of the lower difficulties. But I am playing with my favorite character. So I have the highest chance of beating this one. Hey, Chicken's around. How's it going, Chicken? You got me right as I started playing video games. All right. Always ranged. Always that. That's fine. We need a gun. Another gun. All right. Round 2. Somebody said yes with 152,000 points. That's a lot of points. Somebody should definitely be voting against me beating round 20. By the way, I probably beat it with this guy over 50% of the time if I had to guess. But it is possible for me to lose on this guy, so we'll see. We'll see. If I get bad stuff, it's definitely possible for me to get taken out by these jerks. All right, somebody put some points down on both sides. All right, all right. Looks like you guys are voting. You guys are voting with your money. All right, we're going to take hit points. And we'll take attack speed. Even though you might say attack speed doesn't matter with this guy, it does matter if you want to pivot into the explosive weapons later in the game. Take all your channel points. Oh, you voted for one as well? Oh, wow, I would have thought it was Fisherman voting one. But actually, probably Fisherman voting against me if we're thinking about it. Tell you what, though. All right, so if you guys don't know, the wife's out of town. She went, I was going to go camping with them, but it's not really camping. We were going to go up to a cabin. So she's out of town with all the family. My father-in-law had back surgery, so he wasn't going to go anyway. So I just said, hey, I'm going to stay home and work on stuff. I'm working on server stuff all weekend. Take range damage. Take more guns. And we'll take that, and we'll take a bag. And we'll hold on to the hat. Just because we want luck for reasons. But we don't need it yet. But one of the nice things about this guy is even if you mess up and get hit once, it very rarely ends up in dying. You almost always have to get hit like 3 or 4 times in a row. So you really have to mess up on this guy to get killed. Well, for the most part. They can overwhelm you if you don't have a good build. Oh, need to get to the tree. Always got to pop the trees. Trees have the best chance of giving you a reward. So we're going to take more range damage. Take more harvesting. Take another medical gun. Take all that crap. We want this and we want that because we want the trees to just die as we run by them. We don't want to have to be hitting them for a lot. All right. Did my vote finish? Hold on. Oh, you guys can still predict if I'm going to beat round 20 or not on the hardest mode. But with the character I'm best at. If you've never seen Brotato, this game kind of gets crazy. It's pretty easy still, though. Starts getting hard around, oh, maybe 10 or 11. Depends on what you draw. Depends on what kind of enemies you see and that kind of stuff, so. You don't take armor on this guy because he gets half armor, so you never take armor. He gets other things that can help him with armor, but you don't ever take them. We'll take wisdom because wisdom's going to give me more. After 20 seconds in the match, it's always a net gain. We'll hold on to this and wave 6. Devil's Advocate. Are you voting? Are you going against me, Robodom? Or did you vote for me? I need to know. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm going to try to win either way, but... see how we get. You always got to kill this little loot goblin. I always call him Timmy. He's got a little backpack. He always has a treasure in there, like one of these little... I think they call them supply crates or something. You always want to kill him and take a supply crate because it's worth plenty more than the other things. All right, good. Didn't miss anything. All right, good. We want experience. And take more damage. And we'll get the better medical gun. We'll get that. And we'll take more enemies and more damage. You get more damage, but you also get more enemies. But that means that you get more money, so there's kind of a trade-off there. In this level, the only thing I want to do is pop these eggs. The whole level, the whole time, I just got to be running around. Every 10 seconds or so, they pop up with more of those stupid eggs. If you let them pop, they are a problem. They're not a bad problem, they're just a hassle. And nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. By the way, even though I'm doing good damage on this level, I am not doing as much as I should. There we go. All right. So that level's not too bad. You just got to stay up on top of everything. Also, yeah, we're trying to get Chicken to stream more too. He recently got his CKS, which is a pretty good little cert for security-minded people in Kubernetes space. So he can talk to you guys about that if you got any questions around that stuff. We're gonna save this recycling machine because it's actually pretty valuable. Robodom said, "What accomplishment from the past year are you most proud of?" Not killing fishermen in game. I'm supposed to say in game because that's what the cool kids say. No, probably some of the stuff I did at work around some of my Ansible projects. I did some pretty cool deployment stuff that ended up being really useful. That's probably some of the most interesting stuff that I've done. Other than that, in the last year, I mean, I started my doctorate in the last year, so that's going pretty good. I'm 3 classes down, almost done with the 4th. I could have worked on that a little bit tonight. Actually, I did some before stream a little bit, and I got a little bit more stuff to write tonight. I do need... I'm pretty proud of the book, too. Like, I think the book turned out pretty well, Robodom. And by the way, guys, that wasn't prompted. Robodom just asked me, like, what was I most proud of for the last year. Probably the book. The book's been doing pretty good. So, the goal of this all is to get you guys into doing more Linux. Finding, that you can do it professionally. And big part of being an engineer is knowing when to blow off steam. So obviously we mess around sometimes. But we also are serious when we need to be. But we mess around a little bit. I have, like for now, like I get this time off. early tomorrow morning, I have to hop on to start the patching process at work. Then I'm going to go pick my brother up, who just came off a vacation in Hawaii. I'm going to go pick him up from the airport. And then I get right back and do patching all day. So it's like rolling right into the weekend and being super busy. What would I say are my greatest strengths and weaknesses? Fisherman, I have no weaknesses. No natural weaknesses, except for AI, apparently. Hey, L. I know it's Clonk, because I watch him enough now to know it's L Clonk. Hey, weren't you just streaming? I just saw you go live again on my little alert. My alert said that you went live again. I was watching you make the sand melt your little character's face, so that was kind of funny. I didn't get raided or anything. Okay, good. Yeah, Clonk, we're just hanging out. It's my birthday. Oh, is that what it was? I've had that before where like I drop and come back on and then it re-alerts my Discord and I'm like, I feel like an idiot. Because I don't want to be alerting people over and over again, you know. We're going to take we'll take more damage. Take the recycling machine, which is just kind of money over time. We're going to take fertilization and more. We want high regen because this guy procs his regen twice as much as other characters. So, Clonk, by the way, just so you know, Fisherman. Yeah. Fisherman's the worst. But that being said, we're still trying to get Fisherman to raid more or stream more. We want him to stream more often. So, but it's my birthday, so I'm just kind of hanging out and messing around a little bit, doing a little bit of gaming. We were doing a little bit of Linux earlier. We're still doing Linux in the background. In fact, my closed captioning there is on a presentation for Linux. So we'll do Linux again. There will be more Linux done. We will try to, as we say, do all the Linux, which is the eventual goal of our group, is to do all the Linux. But we also like to play Brotato on Fridays, because Fridays are our messing around days. So I will, and by the way, we were gambling on this, so now people have voted, will I pass, will I beat level 20 of Brotato on this run. This is the hardest mode of Brotato too. So if you're not familiar, Brotato is a fun little platformer where you don't really go anywhere. You just are a little guy who got landed on a planet, and you basically just kill all the rightful owners of the planet. That Tannis must have a sound off or something. What? No, you guys should be able to hear me. CM Griffin's around too. Nice. El Clonk. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what just happened? I missed that completely. I apologize, guys. I did not see that, El Clonk. Yeah, thanks for that. If you guys got a gifted sub, make sure you say thanks. Yeah, it just popped up. I do not have my alerts off though. They were working just a minute ago. Yeah. My little ranger alerts were working when people follow. Fisherman, I'm gonna need you to unfollow me and refollow me again. We hear it, but you must not. Yeah, I don't know why. It's yeah, my alert should be on. CM Griffin, how's it going? I hang out in CM Griffin's channel, not as much as I used to, but I used to hang out in there quite a bit. But he does a lot of just coding stuff, and I watched him work on a wallet app a few months back. But yeah, CM Griffin's good. If you guys don't follow him, you should. If you don't follow Clonk, you should follow him too, because he's just kind of, very similar to my speed, I think. Although both of those guys are coders. I don't really code a lot. I do more of the Linux side of things. So, we've got this talk. This is actually the talk that was in the background. And I started it the other day, and it's around, Linux systems administration and how we do management of our systems and keeping our systems running and being good systems engineers. And you start out as an administrator and move over into engineering, and then it kind of all blends together over your career. So you will never get out of systems administration. If you're a Linux engineer and if you're a platform engineer and you build things, you will still be called on to fix things. So never think that you get out of systems administration. But anyways, we talked about administrative tasks, observe, benchmark, and tune out our systems. And then we were going through, for all of our systems, we have, I'll talk a little bit. I'll get back to the game in here in a minute. But since a lot of people are around, I'll show you guys for all systems. And when I work, because I used to work when I was the platform engineering lead for AAA, which is a really big company in the U.S., I had about 200 dev teams, right? And these dev teams were either on I had about 3,500 Windows machines and about 2,000 Linux machines. Now, I was the platform engineering lead over everything, but I mostly focused, I ran the Linux team, and then I just kind of helped with the Windows stuff if they needed. But I had about 200 dev teams. And what the dev teams would come to me for would be stuff like, hey, Scott, we need to, most of the stuff I had automated to, they could push a button and deploy themselves a server or a set of servers or an environment of servers. And they would come to me when they needed some other tool, or they needed to work with like getting New Relic or Datadog or any of these different like apps applied so that their servers could maintain. But like they'd also come to me like, hey, Scott, our server doesn't behave the way we expect, or under load our servers behave in X way. So one of the things that we do as systems engineers is we use this is the use methodology: utilization, saturation, and errors. And all systems always experience something like this. You have between 0 and 100% utilization of some service. That is how utilization works. You're at 30% utilization, right? Like 30% of your CPU or your RAM or whatever. And typically, if you're not at 100% utilization, you don't start to get saturation. Saturation is when you get up to 100% of a thing and you start to form a queue. Right? You start to form a line of things waiting. And then as things start to line up and wait for services, you start to get timeouts. And that's where errors start to happen. So in all things, guys, it does not matter what, I'm like, remember Maximus Decimus Aurelius in what's it called in Gladiator, where he said if we stick together, it doesn't matter what comes out of those gates. Remember they're in the Battle of Carthage and they're the hordes and they're about to get destroyed. They're just about to get murdered by all those dudes in chariots, but they're like, if we stick together, we can live. And if you guys don't recall, they were supposed to be just slaughtered in that battle, but they won because they stuck together. And it's the same kind of thing. I don't care what comes out of the gate. I don't care what the problem is that any of my dev teams came to me with. It was almost always, guys, they loved using Java virtual machines. It was always, am I like on the front page or something? I mean, like I'm getting like a lot of like kind of like big, yeah, are you not entertained, right? But like I'm getting like a lot of like big, kind of like bigger streamers in here right now. So that's kind of cool. But where I was going with this is I whatever the problem is, and a lot of times it was Java virtual machines where I couldn't really see inside of a JVM, right? You're running some Java stuff. If you're not properly doing your logging from the Linux side, even though I'm root, I can't see into that process. I can see that it's using so much RAM and so much CPU, but I can't see what it's doing. Does that kind of make sense? I can't strace on it and see the same way that you guys can inside your code. So where I'm going with that is over here, I always do the same thing. Are we hitting a high load on CPU or memory? Am I going to 100% utilization? And if I am, what kind of wait times do I start to see? And almost universally, you see where the system breaks. A system, by the way, this is an awesome thing. I had an aeronautical engineer friend years ago. I met him at a Bible study when I was younger. And he was an aeronautical engineer, brilliant guy. And what he said was, he said this. He said, Scott, if you do a stress test, right? If you do a stress test and you don't break anything, right? If nothing breaks, then all you did was load test the system. And I really like that. So if it's a stress test, something will break. You will find the next thing that breaks, and where it gives is the next thing you need to send your attention to, right? But if you don't break something, then all you did was load test the system because the system handled the load. It didn't, sparks didn't shoot out and the pressure and the steam and that kind of stuff didn't happen like in all the movies and stuff. So a stress test must break something. A load test is when you don't manage to break something with a stress test. So if you stress test something and don't break something, or you don't find an error or something like that, then you never got to an actual broken system. So anyway, so that's something to think about, right? And this is something we talked about the other day. Then we got down into tools that you can use. So you could use uptime to see observability of how your CPU is being used in the system. Very similar to the way Rolls-Royce designed the motor with the B-52s. They would run them until something broke. Then that is a very common. I show you guys often. I have another talk that I do where I show you guys about different like free types of tooling and free not exams but free certifications. And one of the best things, if I could give you guys anything, one of the best things I could do is give you guys like free stuff to go pad your resume with for you guys that don't have. Some of you guys are, you're in the industry, you've been doing this stuff forever, you've been giving talks, like I know CM Griffin's one of these guys, but other guys, you're just trying to break in the industry, right? You're trying to get something on your resume. There are so many free things. So API Academy, I don't know why I'm in caps. API Academy is free. They've got 3 different cool little certs that you get, and they're going to be around for a while. They're owned by Broadcom, which is the same guys that just bought VMware, so they're pretty big. They have a free certification that takes you, there's 3 different steps to it. They're about 6 hours each, and there's a free test at the end, and you get a cool little cert. Says that you did something. There's another one. I just found out the other day that this one's still free. It's the Gremlin, the Chaos Engineering test. Their exam is still free. So if you guys want this one, I'll put this on here, and I'll put this over here. It's just another thing to put on a resume. Broadcom cert. Well, the Broadcom cert is for API Academy, right? It's if you've never done anything with an API, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, almost everything, even me down working on the servers and the Linux side of things, I hit APIs all the time. I told you guys, like, and I've shown you guys labs. We do Ansible. We hit APIs and we pull data down, and then we put it into our inventories, or gosh, there's all kinds of things that you can do, right? No, don't boo this, man. But also, why you guys vote too? You guys thought I wasn't going to beat... Oh, man. These are like my 2 captains here. Fisherman's the worst, and Robodom's a little better. But they're voting against me for beating Brotato. Anyways, all right. Look at this. So that's one free. That's another. You can just have these things on your resume. Another one that I love is Six Sigma. This is where I was going. Six Sigma. The white belt certification for Six Sigma and for the Lean Six Sigma. Yeah, we're not saying boo earns. They're not saying boo. They're saying boo earns. The Six Sigma white belt, the exam cost is free. And so is the Lean Six Sigma. Now, before you say, wait a minute, Scott, I don't want to be a Six Sigma. I don't even know what a Six Sigma is. It is a quality management process for good engineering. It deals with the Six Sigma idea is everywhere that something can break in a process is a place that a defect can occur. And what we try to do is get our defects per million opportunities of errors down to under 3.14. That's all it is. It's a statistical process methodology with a standard deviation. Teaches you standard deviation if you don't understand that. Teaches you basic statistics. It's all free. That link I just gave you is all their free training. They tell you right here, get the training for free. In fact, I tried to get some of you guys, and I will still offer this. I've talked about this often. I will set this up, and we will do this in the Discord if you guys want to get ready for this cert. All their training stuff's free right here. It's free. They even say all their stuff is free. And the reason is because they want to keep training providers honest. And, if I'm running it, it's going to be free anyways. But if any of you guys wanted to do it, it keeps people from charging. Because, by the way, these courses, you go to one of these Six Sigma courses, it's $10,000 for a week. Like, you're probably going to have your company pay for it or something. There's Ranger, by the way. If you guys don't know Ranger Dog, I love Ranger. Where is he? There's our... That's my dog, Ranger. Right there. Non-major, wow, tons of great stuff here. Came over lurking. Yeah, well, I mean, the goal of this stream, the whole reason I get on here is to tell you guys that you can do this stuff to get you guys from being amateurs in the Linux world to doing this stuff professionally. That's the whole goal. That's it. If anyone's interested in Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma, please read the Toyota Way. It's an amazing... That's when I did college, when years ago when I learned about Six Sigma in one of my master's programs, the Toyota Way was a big part of it. Yep. Toyota is... They will show any company that wants to their entire methodology, and the reason they will do it is because they know you can't copy it. They'll bring Chevy and Ford in. They don't care because you can't do what they do overnight. It takes years and years of process methodology. But where I was going with that is I don't care what you're doing as an engineer. Being better at the processes of what you do is important. So there's Six Sigma. Six Sigma is always driven from a champion above, so you need somebody higher up, whereas TQM, which is total quality management, is driven from the workers up. So both of them are valid methodologies. Both of them are processes that are very valuable to understand. And again, the whole point of me showing you guys these is go get the frickin' cert. And if you have a big blank resume that's one page of just blank, I don't do any tech stuff, you could at least have API Academy, Chaos Engineering, Free Six Sigma, and what's another one I have? Look at that Ranger dog. What's another free one that's out there? I'm data analyst by trade, but I've got some SaaS data and other things and sit in Unix systems. I always love resume additions like that. Yeah, non-major nerd. I picked a bunch of these up. I'll show you guys my certs. Do I have another one? I wonder if there's another one that's free. All the other ones cost. Let's see if there's any other ones that I have that are free. What's another one that we did recently? API Academy was good. Chaos Engineering was good. Six Sigma was good. We have resources on all that too. I know there's another one that's free where, again, like you just I tell you guys all the time, like, positive differentiators are huge in the industry. If you can get a college degree, good. Like I teach, I've been teaching college 15 years. I love telling you guys, go to college if you can. But if you can't, certifications are good. And if you can't spend money on certifications, then start with some of these basic ones. Get something on your resume. Something is better than, hey guys, I'm really ready to learn tech. Go show people, hey, I studied. Nobody has to know it's only 12 hours. Like, nobody has to know it's only 18 hours. Just do it. It's better than the LinkedIn, like, everybody I know, man, they keep posting these fucking LinkedIn things. Like, I sat in a class for 3 hours from LinkedIn. Who gives a shit? Go pass a certification test. I don't know. Don't have an expiration at the level of, like, CompTIA, etc. No, Apollo, a lot of good certs do have some kind of expiration on them. Almost all of the good ones nowadays, they make you kind of stay on the wheel. Like, even with my CISSP and my CCSP, I have to constantly put in my CPEs with them. It's like 40 a year, like 40 hours a year. But I do so much that it's super easy for me to keep track of it. All right, guys, we're not going to spend a lot of time on the observability tools, but this talk is up in the Discord. So if you guys need it, it's up there. We've talked about these before. Here's the big four you will always deal with as a systems administrator, systems engineer, Linux person, whatever. CPU, memory, disk, and network. Those are the four things you need. Those are the four things that get consumed the most. CPU, memory, disk, and network. Understanding how they work together is a big part of, like, when you guys hear people talk about high performance or supercomputing, almost all of that stuff has to do with how the CPU, memory, disk, and network work together. I've got a primer over on the YouTube side for you guys. Well, I guess on the Twitch side, you guys can go watch it on the YouTube, but it's like my little high performance compute primer where I just talked through a bunch of these topics and things that are out there. I was trying to think if there was another cert. There's at least one more cert, guys. Why can't I think of this cert? Where is this cert? Hold on. It's under Linux. Linux presentations. I just had one up. This is like, it's one of my newest ones. I want to say it was this one. Hold on, I'm going to go look. I know there's another certification out there that's free. These ones cost API. Oh, I'm forgetting the best one. Guys, hold on. Did you guys know? Hold on. Inspector must not be around, or he would have gotten on me about this already. How did I not remember this one? he.net. So, did you guys know that there's a free certification you can go get in IPv6? There's a free IPv6 certification out there. I'm going to link this to you guys that didn't know. And so there's 4 free certs. You can get one on IPv6, which is an always emerging technology. You can get one on Six Sigma and Lean Six Sigma, so that's 2 there. So that's 3 total. You can get one on Chaos Engineering, which is really... Guys, at the end of the day, chaos engineering is simply the scientific method, and they try to make it sound cool. And then API Academy stuff. So there's that's 5 total certs that you could go get for free. So if you were like, Scott, I want to get into this space, or I want to get a little better at this, but I don't know where to start. By the way, on the API Academy one, we have that up in our Discord. Somebody put together a really good thing. Hey, thanks for that Prime, Sig Isaac. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you, or Sigi. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm just going to call you Sig Isaac. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. Spamming my resume too much on LinkedIn from Elise Data Center 48 IPv6 got me banned. That's funny. But API Academy, good place to start. Chaos Engineering, it all sounds cool. It's a little gremlin cert. But, I actually really liked this little cert. This one was fun. They put you in this. This is probably one of my favorite. Dastergon. If you guys haven't found anything that's made you like enjoy engineering lately, this dude right here, Dastergon, out in GitHub, he's probably got one of, is it Sig? Yeah, Sig Isaac. Yeah. This guy probably has, whoever this is. Again, I don't go look people up on here, but I'm going to tell you, this guy is a site reliability engineer, pulled together all these things that are just, maybe nothing excites you in engineering. Maybe you're just like, I want to, because what's the easiest thing? What does everybody think they want to do? Does everybody know what everybody thinks they want to do in the systems engineering world? I want to be a security engineer. I want to be cool. I want to be that guy over there talking about being red team and stuff. Guys, do you know how many people play red team? I think I've told you guys, I was the red team lead for AAA for, a little under a year before I left, but the red team, yeah, thanks for the happy birthday. Yeah, it is my birthday. But everybody thinks they want to be that, but less than 1%, probably less than half of a percentage of people ever play red team. Every other one of us on all the world is playing blue all the time. So if you feel like, I want to be security, if you're in IT, you're already security. You just haven't been playing blue like you should. Everything you do should be security focused, right? Well, anyways, where I'm going with this is another one of those that everybody wants to do it, but honestly, this stuff's pretty cool. And this guy, man, he put together, you could probably spend, if I had to guess, you could probably spend 50 hours in here on just reading blogs and news and how game day events work and how you build and set your blast radius down and actual papers. And then you can go spin off and do papers on, go read, did you guys know there's scholar.google? You can go do all kinds of stuff on there. Voice imitations. Haven't I been doing that? Did you know, Robodom, I do that voice thing all the time outside of streaming? But I use it to make fun of people mostly. And I probably get canceled off of streaming for doing it, but I don't care. Education books. By the way, guys, one of the things he pulls up here, if he doesn't have it here, it's right here. sre.google. If you've never seen, did you guys know that Google has free books out there? They have some really good free books that you can just go download on Site Reliability Engineer. No exam, but you get cert. Oh, anti-siphon training. I didn't know that. In that talk that we're not doing right now, but I pulled up, I give some nods to other ones where the training is free, but there's not a certification or the certification's not free in general. So this is the thing here. Hold on, I gotta fix my. Oh, there's my talk. Okay, I thought my talk to text was busted. But anyways, all right. So there's all that. I linked all that to you guys. I tell you guys this all the time. If you don't get help here, please get help somewhere. Go find something interesting. If it's not me, if you're like, I can't stand listening to that guy for another second, fair. Go find something interesting, right? There's all kinds of interesting stuff out there. But anyways, that's the big observability tools. And then here's a bunch of other ones. These are just things that you can put in and things that you need to know about a system. So if you're a systems engineer or you want to be a Linux engineer, these are things that you just kind of need to know. If you get to a new box, like if I get to a server that I've never been called out to or I've never been on before, which you might say, Scott, I thought you were like a principal and I thought you ran everything. Yeah, there's still servers I've never been on. And there's still focused and members of my teams that are doing stuff that I don't know, but I might get a call out in the middle of the night when I'm taking my on-call rotation. And the first thing I do, there's two things I always do when I get to a server. Does anybody remember them? It doesn't matter. If it's in the middle of the night, there's two things I always do. But probably the third thing is that uname-r or the cat Etsy splat release. Those are two things that I always do to find out what's going on in the system. The first two things I do when I get to a server, if I SSH into a server by name, there's two things I always do. It's an uptime and last. Last, pipe it through more, always. because almost universally, if something's wrong with a server, it's been rebooted recently. And almost universally, if all those, remember I said I had 200 dev teams? Almost universally, if those dev teams are telling me I wasn't on the server, I go and I find like 6 of their guys were on the server. And I'm like, somebody's going to learn today. I can see who's been on the server, guys. Hey, Hot Mic bass guy, or Hot Mic bass guy. How's it going? I got a buddy who, anytime we say Hot Mic, his name's Mike, he just thinks it's funny. But anyways, he's got a little meme for it. I always do df-h out of habit when I lock on server. Yeah, that's a big one too. But the most important thing to me is, has the server rebooted lately? Because a whole slew of problems come from rebooting servers where people didn't do anything. Having a Hot Mic constantly. Can I tell you, hot Mic? One time I was. It's funny, I'm calling you Hot Mic. I've got a hot little photo down in our Discord now from Fisherman, and I'm very thankful for that. That'll live on the internet forever. They say once something's been on the internet, it can't ever go away. And I'm sure somebody's already downloaded that and saved it and probably blew it up and put it on their wall. Anyway, so where I'm going with that is, one night, this was years ago. This would have been 2013. I was on a call. Might have been a little later in 2013. Might have been like 2015. But I was on a call late, and I was watching Dexter on Netflix. And I know that I was right at the end of the 2nd season. And if you guys have ever seen Dexter, in the 2nd season, he dates this girl that's a pyromaniac. And she is just nuts, and she decides she's going to kill him because she's crazy. So she locks Dexter in this room, and she tries to kill him. Now, if any of you guys also know the story of Dexter, nobody can know that he's a killer, so like he has to hide it from everybody. Well, anyways, when he finally escapes at the end, and they save him, his sister, he's sitting up on the back of an ambulance getting yelled at by his tough cop sister, and I accidentally left my Hot Mic on for that, and it sounded to everybody on the call like I was getting arrested by a cop, by a female cop that was really pissed at me and yelling at me for something, because he's just sitting there like this getting yelled at by his sister, and it sounded like she was yelling at me because I left the Hot Mic on while I was watching Netflix. So, or Netflix or whatever it was on back then. This was a long time ago. I was watching through Dexter for the first. That was my first watch through. Yeah, because I did my second watch through with my wife later. So yeah, that was a long time back. Anyway, so these are the things you need to know as a systems engineer and that kind of stuff. Hey, Runnemucker, thanks for the 20 gifted. You can't know. You guys can't do this kind of stuff to me. I can't be getting gifted subs and stuff like that, and then I got to play you guys off against the other guys and like all that kind of stuff. It's too much. It's too much. I think that's the most anybody's ever given in the channel too, actually, if we're being honest. I definitely appreciate that, Runnemucker. Hopefully everything's going good for you. Hopefully you don't see that thing down in our Discord. Jesus, it's just bad. And by the way, guys, this is my birthday still, so that's kind of good. But observability of a system. These are the things you kind of need to know. I would download Dexter from the ship even while working in Africa. Nice, Doc. Yeah. I thought Dexter was perfectly fine. I haven't watched any of the new stuff. Like, I heard that there's a new thing. Inspector, you know what? I thought about getting a P.O. box one of these days, but then, so I don't know if you know, but Fisherman one time actually got my address, and he sent me that little thing on stream that like blew up and threw money everywhere. That was pretty funny. But yeah, it is definitely my birthday. But yeah, you definitely don't have to feel like you do anything like that. The same thing I tell you guys with the book. Like, I love it when people buy the book. One of my favorite things about YouTube kind of blown up like it had was I get like a lot of sales of the book now, which is kind of cool. But nobody needs to do any of that stuff, guys. The whole thing the whole thing I need from you guys is to go out and be engineers and get good at this stuff. And honestly, like I know quite a few people, not because of me, just in general, who have changed the trajectory of their career for the better because they chose to get into this type of stuff. They got into Linux. They're like, hey, I already play with this stuff. Maybe I can go do it professionally. Guess what? You can. If I can do this crap, I guarantee you guys you can. So I might have some like academic chops to it, but I learned almost all of my Linux in the wild. If you guys don't know that, I did learn almost all of my Linux in the wild. I did not learn it by being in a classroom. I had like one class in college on Linux. So spent most of the night taking an HVAC salesman, 10K for a 15 SEER 2-ton unit. Need more monies. Yeah. By the way, I have two units at my house here in Phoenix, and even with my 15 kilowatt hour system on the roof, I still pay about $200 to $300 a month over summer. By the way, I think we were talking about this earlier. It got to 109 here today. So for my birthday, it was 109. It was 111 yesterday in Phoenix. Yeah, Fisherman. Somebody did just get a job from our Discord. One of our big guys. One of our when I say one of our big guys, like one of our streamers. Fisherman. Not Fisherman. Salty Catfish. Salty Catfish just got a job in there. So yeah, it's definitely hot right now in Phoenix. So by the way, last year in Phoenix, this was fun. In July, there were 30 days in a row in July from the 1st through the 30th where we did not have a day under 110, and one night it did not go under 100. It stayed over 100 degrees the entire night in Phoenix. It was a brutal summer last year for July. Learning Linux through RHCSA and plan on taking the cert. Do you think it's profitable, or should I go with Linux Plus or LPIC? Mo, definitely, if you're studying for the RHCSA, I would tell you to take it. It is a hands-on test, so that's good. If you were going to take one of the other ones, I wouldn't do Linux Plus or LPIC. I would do LFCS. LFCS is a hands-on version of it is a 2-hour hands-on test. I haven't taken that one, but Sending Grounds, who's around quite often and down our Discord, he's taken that one, so that's pretty good. All right, so this observability, you guys should have caught this if you didn't already. Some of these ones are really good. We have some of these different commands I've shown you guys in different labs about like how different stuff starts up in the system. Do Phoenix people have those glowing eyes like Riddick because it gets so hot? Fun fact, Riddick wasn't from the hot planet. He just ended up being able to survive there pretty good. Orlando's been hot, but few. Somebody earlier this year, one of our guys, I think he was down in Houston, they hit 100 well before Phoenix did. We were still like in the 80s, and they hit 100 one day. I want to say it was like, God, was that March? Somebody on our Discord, I forget exactly who it was, but one of our guys lives down in like one of the hot parts of Texas, and they hit 100 like way earlier in the year than Phoenix did, which was kind of wild. All right, so let's talk about, here's more observability stuff. These are all the commands. I put them all together. So let's talk about testing methodology. This one comes up pretty often for me. I get asked this stuff as like, I tell you guys this stuff as an engineer. Like when somebody finds out you're a Linux guy, they're like, oh, get Scott on this or get this person on this and figure out this. And you're like, why am I here? And they're like, because you're a Linux guy and you can fix anything. And you're like, just like when I was a kid and everybody would ask me to fix their computers about stuff because like when I was younger, like I always had a computer. Even when I was like first in the Army, I always had computers and stuff. No, I like having Four Seasons. Yeah, you know what though? Hot mic. Let's just so you know, hot mic. You can go from Phoenix. You can go up about 2 hours north, and it's pretty nice up there. Like the Flagstaff area and the Sedona area, they're really nice. And actually, we do get like there's a really nice drive there where like the trees, all the leaves fall and stuff. But typically, you don't get any of that stuff in Phoenix. We basically have hot and slightly less hot. But on the plus side, there's no time in Phoenix where the sun is out where I cannot be wearing shorts. And I tell people that, and they're like, really? And I'm like, if the sun is out in Phoenix, I will be in shorts. It might be like 20 degrees sometimes, but if the sun's hitting me, I'm fine in Phoenix. It warms up. And Dennis, thanks for the happy birthday over there. Yeah, I definitely, I don't normally stream on my birthday, and I don't normally stream this late on Friday, but we're doing it. So here's my testing outline. I do this for everything. All tests seek to record accurate information about the state of a system. A test that does not record information correctly, a test that does not use what we call proper instrumentation to properly gather data, is a failed test from the get-go. If you're not properly collecting data, there's no reason to do a test, right? So this requires a good testing methodology to ensure accuracy of the information in the scoping, what we want to take and what we don't want to take. Collecting, are we doing proper measurements as we collect? How do we store our data and how do we do it securely in the system side of things? How do we aggregate the data up by time or by scale of whatever we're looking at? And then what are the controls of that data to ensure that it doesn't drift or that we are collecting it at proper timelines, all that kind of stuff. So there's all this kind of stuff around data collection. And that can be its own talk there as well. Like if you're an amateur data scientist, which I'm very much like an amateur, I play with data and pull data into systems and look at it all the time. This kind of stuff's very important. But these are the 5 things I always do. What's the purpose? Why are we doing this test? How are we conducting the test and what's captured? What is not captured, but do we acknowledge why it's not being recorded, and do we understand it? Because sometimes the things that you put out of scope are as important to you as what you put in scope. I was reading something on economics the other day. Some of you guys know I'm working on my doctorate, and I was reading something about economics, and this economics professor was discussing, it was the ethics of how they collect data about things. And he had a very profound point that I don't even think he meant to be profound, but it was very profound to me. And he said, when collecting data about a thing, all the data that you choose not to collect says something about the importance of the data you are collecting. And what he meant by that is you are already if I go to look at like somebody here's economic situation, and I go and I'm like, all right, I'm going to look at the car you have, I'm going to look at the house you have, I'm going to look at how much debt you have, and I'm going to look at what your parents did. Like, those are the 4 things I'm going to pick. You would immediately go, well, you weighed a lot of importance on his money, right? Everything you just said was financial. And I'll be like, well, yeah, we're doing a financial thing. And you're like, yeah, but you didn't ask about his education. You didn't ask about his like, you see what I'm saying? I placed important on those things, even though I didn't leave anything else out. It kind of, by just leaving the things out, you've already placed importance on the things that are in. So anyways, that's a kind of important point. So let me show you guys how this looks. Methodology, how are we going to objectively determine the quality of our outcomes? How are we going to make sure that everything that gets fed into this process comes out the way that we expect it to, so that we can properly measure it and do all that? And then, what's our control? If you want me to test something, I have to have something to guarantee that there's, like, whatever I'm collecting, is there a similar environment? Is there something that proves that this thing is accurate within the things we're doing? In economics, we don't always have a control. Like, I study a lot of economics. That's why I bring up economics. But in anything, we have a thing called ceteris paribus. It's this idea that all other things being held equal, because we can't hold all things equal. And it's true in systems world. Once we have so many things happening in a system, we just go, the best I can determine, it's the same state right now. Let's run the test again. And we're just going to assume everything else is as good. I mean, we've cleaned up. We made sure the network's low. The network usage is low. We're not going to hit anything. We're doing all these other things, but we're trying to make sure that everything else is good. Okay. Hey, Monkey Man, how's it going? We are hanging out. It's my birthday, but we're also just kind of like chilling and working on stuff. People are gifting subs, which is kind of crazy. You guys definitely don't have to do that. But I appreciate that kind of stuff. And for the most part, we're just hanging out and talking shop. Let me show you guys how this works for like a testing methodology, right? Let's go over here. Let's pull up my... Where'd it go? Let's pull this up. And let's go talk through something that happened recently, but not so recently. We'll go look at a site reliability engineer job. So there was a site reliability engineer job that I was interviewing people for. And I've told you guys this. I haven't mentioned this today, but I'm going to tell you guys this. I have interviewed well over 300 people in my career. As a technical, I'm always there for the technical side of things. People always bring me in to talk tech and ask people about stuff. So this was, the goal of this was to find a senior site reliability engineer for our team. It was a high-performance compute team that I was on. This was very focused to... we were trying to find somebody for a very specialized type of role, and a lot of times you can't always get all the things you want. So what they asked me to do was, Scott, could you put together a technical set of questions that would baseline all of our people? So I did this same thing right here, this testing outline that I use right here. I used this to build this thing, and then I interviewed probably about 8 or 9 people for this role, and then we ended up picking one who was I think that person's a rock star. I think they're great. I think that I've handed off a lot of stuff to them, so when I leave the team, they're gonna be able to run. And honestly, because of them, I don't feel like I'm leaving that team in a bad spot. Right? Like if I was leaving with other stuff, I might have felt a little bad, but this one engineer is really good. So let's talk about what we did. Here is those same 5 things that I just talked about. And I'll leave that to you guys for a second. I'm gonna take a break for 1 second. Read that real quick. And I'm gonna leave that up there. I'll put my little timer up so you guys know that I'm on break real quick. Quick break. I'm gonna go 5 minutes real quick. I'm gonna be in and out. Just need to walk around for a second. It's like still warm in my house, even though I got my house set at 73. It's just so hot in Phoenix right now. I'm gonna leave that with you guys, right? I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's see. Robodom, you're in charge on the Twitch side, and Robodom, you're in charge on the YouTube side too. But yeah, thank you for that, X1348, for the happy birthday. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Somebody wants a Ranger check? We'll check Ranger, and then we'll go back to what we're doing. Where's Ranger at? There's Ranger, guys. That's Ranger. You can see his timer's going, so Ranger's good. All right, you guys have had your Ranger check. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to reset this. And there's the thing that I had to do for this, and then we're going to go through how I did this test and how I did these interviews. Personality fit, everyone loves me. Yep. All right, where are we at here? Personality fit, I agree. All right, still got my happy birthday up there, so I like that. It's a pretty good birthday so far. All right, 1 second here. I had to just walk around a little bit. It's kind of warm. My office has the servers behind me, and then I also have this green screen behind me now, so it blocks some of my airflow that I get from the fan that I have out in the hallway, just blowing cool air in my office. And then, you know, obviously I have the AC on, but you can only cool off a hot office so much, especially in Arizona where it's really freaking hot. All right, so let's get back to this here. I don't have to be on break the whole time, but so purpose, scope, out of scope, methodology, and control. These things are always there. Now, these two next slides I did not write. They were given to me by the powers that be. They said, we want these specific responsibilities from a site reliability engineer. So what I did was I looked at these. We want to use standard system management practices. They got a lead planning, development, and coordination of our team operations. Right, I stripped off all the useful information. Provide recommendations regarding infrastructure, operations, automation, site reliability, and self-service enablement for systems and services. So there's all these things that we wanted from a site reliability engineer. Now, I did not write these. Somebody else, some manager, some person wrote these up. for what they wanted. But what I did was I squeezed them down into a set of questions. So there's where all my questions came from. So when we get to my questions and you go, what the hell is he talking about? I'm talking about these specific points right here. All right. So we drop down here. There was also competencies. They wanted some things. If a job says they want a certain thing, that doesn't mean you have to have, like this one, they really want you to have a 4-year degree and this and this and this. But a lot of times you can have a appropriate combination of education and experience. Sometimes companies want a certain thing, but they will settle down for a thing. I haven't done it yet, Fisherman. I haven't finished the Brotato bet. We'll finish this little talk and then we'll get back to Brotato in. Brotato's still going. It's in the background. Look, I have not left the Brotato page. I'm still on wave 9. I just passed wave 9. Yeah. So here's our competencies, and then here's what my little matrix looks like. It's got my questions on the left. So if you read in my methodology, I was going to ask everybody the same questions. And what I was going to do, it was me and one other engineer. We both took these separate. We each had one of these for each of the different people that came through. And I just asked some things. I said, what are some project management methodologies you've used and how might you apply them here? And what I expected from them was maybe a waterfall methodology. Maybe they've done some agile. Maybe they've done some Kanban, or maybe they've done some Jira boarding. And there's not maybe a specific term, but they're like, I've done, maybe I've done, I've gotten Jira projects come in from an open source project I've been on. There's all kinds of things I would expect somebody to say there. And I'm like, that's perfectly acceptable. They've done some of that stuff. We want somebody who understands project management because, again, tying that back to the question here, we want somebody that can lead that stuff. So when I ask you this question, I expect you to be able to talk a little bit about a methodology that you used. I wasn't sitting there and as we said here, I did not care about the non-technical stuff. I wanted to hear how this applied to like their engineering. If they were telling me about Kanban and the organization was like, we're strongly against Kanban, I'd be like, I don't give a shit. I was here to see if they could technically do a thing. And that's what I cared about. So I would give them a 5 here, regardless of if it fit with the organization. Does that make sense? I'm here for the technical part of it. Managers and other people are going to decide if they don't like that you said you don't work late on Fridays. I don't know. That's personality stuff. That's got nothing to do with technical capabilities. I am only there for technical stuff. And here was my questions. How this would get filled out was I would fill out each of these pieces. You could get a 5, a 3, a 0, or a 1. If you didn't even try it, 0 or 1. Straight to jail, right? And then score max, and then you could get out of 50 on this one. And then me and Mac, who was the other guy on the team, we did this, and then we compared ours, and we were surprisingly close across all of the candidates. He and I have interviewed between this position and a different position probably over 20 engineers, and we've been within about 3 points on these across all of them. Each time we've been within about 3 of each other. I think we saw it pretty much the same as far as people's capabilities. And again, I just let people kind of talk about their experience in a thing, because I think that when engineers get together, and people don't like when people say this, but I think this is 100% true, and I've been doing this for 20-something years now. I think when an engineer talks to another engineer, it takes less than about 2 minutes for them to see if this person's operating on the same wavelength as them. I think that's about how long it takes, about 2 minutes. If that person can't keep up, or if that person's dawdling off and going on and talking about how they want to be like doing Kepner, Trago, and incident management stuff, you're like, oh god, this is one of these guys. Like that pretty quick. It doesn't take that long to figure that out, right? By the way, there's nothing wrong with Kepner, Trago. It's a great methodology. ITIL, great methodology. It's just that's not really something I care that much about. I actually am an ITIL 3, but I don't care about it. I don't even think I have it in my list of certs, right? But this is how this would look. Somebody might have done really well, and then they fell off, and then they did okay, and they got 27 out of 50. 27 out of 50 is not great, but that's something you can do. All right, anyway, so that was an actual methodology for this testing stuff that I did. All right, so then we'll do benchmarking next, but we got to finish Brotato up. So Brotato was, we were doing a bet for Brotato earlier, so we got to finish this up. We're going to take that. We're going to not take that. Don't want any of that crap. Take hit points, attack speed. Never armor on this guy. This guy doesn't like armor's not useless. It's just not great for this guy. All All right, we'll take a medical gun. We'll take a bean teacher because he gives more experience. And then we will take another medical gun, a blindfold. Take another medical gun. By the way, things will automatically combine if they can for guns, but sometimes it's better to just combine them yourself so that it doesn't have to do it. We'll take that. All right, we're doing pretty good on probably beating this game, but we'll see. I could always get one of those bosses that's hard to beat. You never know. There's little mini bosses coming up soon. All right. Nothing on these levels should give me too many problems. I just gotta keep an eye on it. One of the things I try to do, I've told you guys this before, if I know that I have a good build, I'll control the middle of the map. But if you find me running along the outside of the map, that means I'm not able to keep up with the damage of the characters and I'm getting run to the edges of the map. I am doing pretty alright right now though, as far as like controlling the game. So we're doing alright. Nothing too problematic here. And anybody wondering, yeah, I'm talking tech, but I'm also playing video games because it's Friday and it's my birthday. So there we go. This music might be a little too epic. A little too grandiose. Switch something else. What's the most important lesson I learned from playing Brotato? Don't get hit. Get some more speed. Get more hit points. Take more damage, more range and speed. There's a horde appearing, so I'm not going to take the lure this round. Because when there's a horde, you can very rarely move anywhere. So, hey, SM, how's it going? When there's a horde on the screen, there's so many enemies that it's hard to go and get the two guys that are going to pop out and give me loot. It's going good? Nice, nice. Well, we are hanging out. I'm going to be streaming most of the night, just talking shop. Maybe entertaining some people. Maybe. Let's re-roll. Let's see if there's anything else good. We'll get a better gun. More guns. Take some luck. And we'll get another bean teacher, but we'll also get some more hit points because we want more hit points. So now this is going to be a horde. There's going to be so many. You've been grinding Try Hack Me. How is that, SM? I never messed with that because Brotato guy is like Rambo. Yeah, he's got all the guns and you can actually play this a lot of different ways. This character can either do medical stuff, the medical guns, or the medical scissors. But other characters can be played a bunch of different ways. Mike, thanks for the happy birthday over there. And I don't know how to say that. And I'm just going to call you NG. Thanks for the happy birthday. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. Although right now we are just playing Brotato and playing video games. But an important part of being an engineer is blowing off steam, guys. So in this one, there's these guys. People call them mummies. I think they look like rib cages, though. And they are a super hassle, and they will kill you. But there's two things. By the way, they speed up as you let them live longer. They speed up. But there's two things about my character right now. One, he's getting higher and higher damage as we go through the levels, and two, he has a thing called a tooth. I think it's called like a sword tooth or something. Anyways, whatever that thing is, it causes me to slow enemies when I hit them. So it slows those guys back down. Otherwise, they would be charging faster and faster at me this whole game. They would be going faster and faster. So as I hit them, I actually slow them down so they don't get to speed up as much as they want to. Those little things. And people call them mummies. I don't know how they got mummies out of that, but unless that's just like a name from the developer. I think they look like little rib cages, but what do I know? Like SSHing into machines and etc. SM checking files and stuff behind like images. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. SM. I think anytime you get to get in there, I imagine almost all that stuff is hands-on. Like almost all of it's like command line stuff. And I think a lot of people like that. You always take the dangerous bunny because it gives you free rerolls. We're gonna take attack speed and then regen, and we'll take another one of these guns. Take the bean teacher and we'll get the lure, and then it's going to be weird, but I always take the pocket factory, even though my guy's not being built for that right now. And the reason I'm taking the pocket factory is because it's unique, and I won't ever have to see it again when I can take it. So we take the weird ghost on this guy because he heals so fast. You don't normally take that on characters, and That's pretty good. So, see, I'm really low on health. But because this guy regens so fast, before the enemies get too bad, I'll be full on life again. So, see, I'm almost full right now. And I'm full. So, that was a good gamble. I got 3 hit points out of it, which is, you know, just more hit points. Super useful. All right, we want to kill these guys and get the little loot boxes off them. That's very important. There should be at least 2 of those on this level because we took a lure. When you take a lure, you always have at least 2 of those little loot guys show up. So we got to keep an eye out for them because they always drop a loot. Well, unless you're past level 20, then they don't always drop a thing. Sometimes they just drop a little fruit, which is kind of annoying, but that's fine. It's all fine. Oh, there's the other one. All right, we killed him. So we got his little backpack. Took his little crate from him. Then you always knock out trees because trees are the same way. They can give you crates. And crates are always an item at the end of the level. So that's kind of good. We want tentacles, more crit, and you can heal. And then we don't care about that. More attack speed. And again, don't care about armor on this guy, so we'll take hit points. We'll take range. We'll take the pocket factory. We'll take another high-level gun. We'll get the hunting trophies because they'll give us more materials. And then we'll take the cake. And we'll save that stuff for the next level. And we go. This level is kind of a like a damage check to make sure that you're doing enough damage. And we're doing pretty good damage, so I don't think we're going to have too much of a problem here. See, now when I kill trees, I get those little guys that help me shoot. They're not super useful, but I just didn't want to see that thing pop up anymore in the shop, so I bought it. Because once you buy a unique item, they'll never pop up again. So it's actually kind of useful for if you're playing past level 20. You're saving those slots of where bullshit can pop up inside of your shop. You don't want BS in your shop. You want to only get stuff that's worthwhile. Because you have to pay to re-roll, you know, and that's a waste. So. Alright, where we at? Just need to keep killing guys, collecting loots. Getting all the loot. Alright. Not missing anything good. Okay, I'm not going to bother with the power generator or the book or that. Definitely don't want that. We'll take attack speed. We'll take this. Now, we got an elite coming, so I can't grab the ghost this round. I'm not going to bother getting the ghost yet. But I will take the community support and another gun. And we'll lock the peacock for next round. We'll take that hunting trophy. Now, we have only one other hunting trophy, but every time we kill somebody with a crit, we'll get extra materials now from now on. So that's kind of good. Alright, so whatever boss we have. This one's one of the bigger problems. This one's called Mother. And what happens with this one, on top of this, is it's going to start spewing out so many enemies that I'm not going to be able to keep up with it here in a second. I'm just going to make enemies upon enemies here. And I'm not going to be able to keep up. And sometimes I can't damage the boss. Yeah, I don't have a penetration round, so I'm not going to be able to take this boss out. So I'm just going to have to stay alive. Which is super annoying, because when you don't kill a boss, you don't get a red item. Yeah, see, he's making too many enemies for me to deal with, so... That's unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. Oh, don't want to die. Jeez. Almost managed to kill me there. That would have been bad. That would have lost some people some points. And all you guys were... all you guys were thinking I was going to win. Alright, I survived. But see, all those... That's a problem. That's too much stuff. Alright, we'll take more harvesting. Take more attack speed. Take this and this. Hey, we got full hunting trophies. I've never had full hunting trophies before. Alright, missile. This. Get a gun. We'll take the glass cannon because we only lose 1.5 armor for that, so that's not so bad. Alright. By the way, guys, while I'm doing this stuff, you can always still ask me technical questions. We're just kind of messing around right now because, again, Friday, birthday. Alright. Let's win. Anytime you see that little knife appear next to my guy, that's me getting an extra item or an extra money for killing somebody with a crit. So that's kind of a useful thing. Plus, I need to start building out crit on my guy. So I wasn't really building for crit, but now I will be. So All right. And by the way, because I had so many extra items at the end of the last level, these are all double. So these are all worth double for until I get all 200 from last round. So that's kind of nice. Let's see if I can dig into the middle because I need to get all these items here. Yep. For all the extra money. That's money and experience, so you have to kind of pick it up. But there is one relic that just makes them all fly to you. And you get it probably about 1 in every 5 runs if you're running luck on your character. So we'll see if I get one. Nope. Take life steal. Take more attack speed. We don't want to. We'll take damage. Medical gun. More damage. Exoskeleton. Look, armor, crit, engineering speed, and then we lose a little regen, and that's fine. One other bean teacher, and that's probably fine. All right. Make sure I'm... Oh, Sarsec. Yeah, thanks for the happy birthday. Yeah, Sarsec. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Although this is not necessarily useful to you, but hopefully the normal stuff we do is useful. So that's the goal. Make stuff useful for everybody. Make sure we all kind of have a good set of things. Set of skills. We talked about getting certs earlier. We haven't talked much. You know, I don't really push a lot of school on people. I'm a big believer in going to college, but I don't force that on people, or I don't try to push that. I think that it's a valuable thing to do. I think the studies bear it out. But that being said, I don't like tell you guys you need it, because I think you can have a very rewarding career without all that stuff. It's just I think that is also one more thing to help you get a better job if that's what you're looking for. So, you know, something to think about. By the way, this one's really useful some of the time, but not on this run. I'm not going to take that. It would have given me a lot of extra harvesting, but it would have damaged me all the time. And I didn't want that on this guy for right now. That's a good red item for if I was playing melee, and I'm not, so I don't want it. And we'll go here. And lucky coin is great, so I get 2 luck for every crit I have. So I'm going to start building up my crit, but this will be good. And I also want the lucky charm. So then I'll take a gun, and that'll be good. All right. Yeah, Robedom, my goals are just keep doing my doctorate, start working on the I've got to start working on a little more. I need to be a little more serious about my my dissertation. I need to start thinking, like, I actually have a couple of ideas for my dissertation, but I've been kind of hemming and hawing about it and changing it around a little bit, so I'm not 100% sure what my dissertation is going to be on yet. I've been kind of like moseying around a few different ideas instead of kind of sticking to one. So I need to kind of get a little more serious about that, because, you know, you don't graduate with a doctorate just because you finish all the college. You graduate because you finish a dissertation. So that'll be something I'll have to work on. And then the other thing is I'm going to do another book. I mean, I think the book that I have is pretty good for labs, but I want to make another one that's systems engineering specific. That one won't be labs. That one will be thinking about how to be better as an engineer, and which is kind of a thing that I harp on here a lot. Let's go with crit because I have so much stuff built into crit. And this is one of the best items in the game. Unfortunately, I got it late, but I'm going to be going past level 20 anyway, so the Vigilante Ring gives you +3 damage every round, so it's one of the best items in the game early on. I want all these. I don't have any piercing yet, but when I get piercing, the pumpkin will make the damage higher for it, so that's kind of good. Over here on Twitch, or on the YouTube side, happy birthday, bro. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. It's helpful, especially for people like me who want to break into tech with no background. Yeah, well, Alexi, hopefully this stuff will help you out with that. We talked about 5 certs earlier that you can go take for free. We have those down in the Discord too. But you know what? I'm gonna go put that in the. You know, I'm gonna do that right now. Hold on. Also, man, I can't go looking at that other stuff. But beginner start here. So this is all our beginner stuff, right? I'm gonna say certs you can get for free, right? And maybe I'll put a bounty on this. If you guys go get all of these certs, So hold on. So it was API Academy, right? It was the Gremlin. That one. It was the white belt, and then it was HE net. All right. So API Academy. Hold on, I'm gonna do this right now while we're talking here. API search you can get for free. Hold on. API Academy. Chaos Engineering. That's Chaos Engineering. Then there's two here. There's the Six Sigma white belt. That's here. And then there, I don't know why that did that. That's no good. Hold on. And then there, yeah, I don't know why there's that either. And then we'll get the, hold on, the Lean Six Sigma. I don't know why that's not, Six Sigma Council, get certified Lean Six Sigma white belt, also free, right? So those are both free. And then the last one will be and then the last one is the HE one. IPv6. Nope. Just Control Z it. Hold on. This one. So 5 certs you can get for free right there. We talk about it often, but like go get better. Well, SARSEC, they're, I mean, accredited, like it's more that they're just part of the industry. They're things that they are from different organizations that are out there doing things. I wouldn't say they're accredited like going to a college or something. Yeah, I mean they're recognized by the people that would be hiring. And where I'm going with that is if you have 0 things on your resume, there's something to put on your resume. That's what I would say. I mean, look, I told you guys, I'm a big proponent of going to college, but I can't tell all of you guys to go to college and then report back to me in 4 years. Some of you have work to do and some of you got other stuff. I'm telling you, go do something. And those are something, right? If you got nothing on your resume, get something on there. All right, what's this boss? This guy is one of the more annoying bosses, but he's not as hard as people make him out to be. I've heard people talk about this being like the hardest boss. I don't think he's the hardest. But the problem is these other little jerks on the screen. I got to go kill those little brain guys. If I don't kill those brain guys, all the other guys will get me. Because they'll pile up and they'll get way too many hit points. Because, oh, shit. They make all their buddies stronger, so now I'm gonna kill this guy because I'm tired of all the other bullshit. But all the other stuff was not that bad. He's basically the whole thing about fighting that guy is basically it's like you're playing against like you're Toreandoing a bull. You're just dodging the bull. He's going to charge, you're going to dodge. He's going to charge, you're going to dodge. If you spend too much time, like, dodging a lot, you'll kill yourself. Hot mic base guy. I feel like I need to start over my whole journey. Sponge got full and stuff ain't sticking sponge. Yeah, you know what? I would say just start with simple stuff. And I think, I mean, find out how you learn, right? Because we talk about this. Some people really just need to get their hands on stuff. Some people need to go just do Linux all day. Get into Killer Coda and just start typing stuff. Even if it doesn't make sense, you're just typing it. And over time, I think it'll start to make sense to you. Some people like to read. I don't think a whole lot of people will admit that they like to sit and read stuff, but that's a very valuable way to go learn things. Some people can sit and watch videos. Did you guys know that there's like all kinds of reInvent videos on YouTube for like if you want to get better at AWS? There's literally thousands of hours of videos out there. So you can watch those. I watch them at 1.75. I know some of you guys can watch stuff at like 3. I cannot watch stuff at 3. Helps even out the table. Yeah. All right, I don't want... this is the relic. Remember I told you there was a thing that'll make all the things fly at me? That's it. That's one of the best items in the game. We're going to take more range. We're going to take damage. All that. I'll take another medical gun. So now we got 3 of them at red. And then we're going to be on wave 19. So now everything's just going to fly at me. I don't have to go collect... I don't have to collect items anymore. Well, I don't have to collect money and experience anymore. It's just going to fly at me now. All I have to do is dodge enemies now. Which is, you know, the more important part of the game. Going to grab stuff, not as important. And you might say, well, those fruit aren't flying at you. Well, the fruit don't fly at you because you have full life, but also they don't attract you unless you're injured. So that's kind of a nice thing too, meaning that you can just leave fruit on the ground and pick it up when you need it, which is a super useful kind of strategy, like leaving a lot of fruit everywhere so that you can just get it when you need it. So. I still need to kill those stupid little brain guys because they're super annoying. They hang out behind everybody and they turn them red and power them up, in case you guys haven't been seeing that. And you don't have to collect things during your run. You'll get them at the end of the run, so I don't actually have to pick any of those items up. They'll come flying to me. Instructor at Exam Pro, I have to slow down to 90. Yeah, I get it. Look, this baby gecko is normally you need to get 5 of them to do the same thing as the relic, but I'm still going to take it because of the range. I still want the range. And then you don't take harvesting on the last round because harvesting starts to count down. So I am going to take, for this, I'm going to take lifesteal, and we'll take speed. And then I want the sharp bullet because then now I have piercing finally. I want the cyber ball, and I want the potato because it's just a bunch of good stuff, so... I'll pick one from Humble Bundle a while back. Nice. Yeah, Hot Mike, I try to tell you guys often, like, I'm a big fan of Humble Bundle. I'm a big fan of having book collections, and you can find a lot of stuff on the internet, but you can also do a lot of this stuff without... you do not have to go... you don't have to buy stuff, but I think as you do this longer as an engineer, you'll probably just go buy it, because, like, Humble Bundle's like $15. And that kind of stuff. But I do want the sad tomato because it'll give me high regeneration, but it starts me with half life. So I'm going to wait until after this round to buy it because I'm about to fight the 2 bosses. So the goal of the last round of Brotato is this. If you're fighting on the hardest mode, you've got 2 bosses. It's the only round with 2 bosses. And the first boss is going to spin a thing. The fireballs kind of look like the little Mario fireballs that spin. And I just got to dodge him by spinning in the same way. Whatever way he's going, clockwise or counterclockwise, I gotta do that. And then the other guy is going to be basically just mortaring in an area, so the spinning also avoids his mortars. So basically, I just got to group them up and run around him in a circle. That's the whole goal of this thing. So I got to find him. Here's this guy. There's that guy. He's spinning that way. So we're going to spin like this around him. And there we go. Now we're set up, and now we can beat him. The first boss is already down, so he's mortaring double, which means he's already almost dead. And then he's going to run away. So in a second, he's going to run away, and he's going to start just hitting area of effect. And then I can chase him down and kill him while his buddy starts kind of charging me and being an idiot. And really, we should have this in the bag. All right, good. Just got to watch out for that. None of those things can kill me one hit right now, but I don't want to get hit too much by them. So they still hurt. I just don't... They can't kill me one hit. So, good. All right, that's game. So I beat round 20, but now we're going to continue on and see if I can get to round 30. So... so that'll be another gamble here in a second. But real quick, we'll do the solution to this, right? So for you guys, we'll take that. We always take this. It gives me more hit points, and then every level I get more regeneration and lifesteal. So we always take that. We take this because it's going to give me 1 free hit. We take robotic arm because it's armor and engineering, so that's fine. We don't want less luck. We do want another vigilante ring. We do want a broken mouth. We'll take the 12 speed, and we'll finally take that sad tomato, and then we'll take more damage. We'll take the cyber ball because as we kill things, it kills their buddies, so that's free death. And then we'll get big arms. But we'll also take another gun because we're going to keep leveling up our guns. And we'll take this because we want more crit. And we'll take this. All right. So let me finish that thing because some people didn't believe in me. So, whoops, not a poll. Choose the outcome. Will I beat round 20 of Brotato? Yes. But here's the next one. Here's the double or nothing. But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't vote for me on this one. Will I beat round 30 of Brotato? So over on the Twitch side, you guys can vote on that prediction and see what we think we can do. I will tell you, I've got pretty good gear, so there's a good possibility that I can beat level 30. I've never beaten level 50. I've gotten past 40, but I think I've never made it past like 43 or something. So we'll see how far we can go. I'm gonna walk around a little bit. Oh, I got water, but I'm still gonna go take a little walk and stretch out my legs a little bit, and then we'll get back to it. If any of you guys have questions, let me know. Dennis said, I love reading, but I don't do it as often as I would like, but nothing beats a good book. Yeah, Dennis, if I showed you guys, I sometimes show it. It's up in the Discord. I have every book that I've ever went to college for, and I have every book I've ever taught out of from the college. Every book ever. I keep them all. And the wife's like, why do you need all this stuff? And I'm like, yeah, I need all that stuff. My books, I have my book, but also I'm finishing up the Deathgate cycle from Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. If you've never read any of their books, they're real good group of fantasy authors that kind of wrote in the late 80s and early 90s. They did a lot of well, that book is the Deathgate cycle, which is an excellent standalone series with Haplo and Alfred and all that stuff. But they wrote a lot of Dragonlance, I think. So I've never read Dune. I've heard good things about Dune. You guys don't think I'm going to beat 30. Somebody put a lot of points on that. All right. Let me take a break real quick. Let's go check on Ranger Cam. Where's Ranger at? Go check on... Where's Ranger? Oh, here's our different certs. The certs are up in the Discord. And go check on Ranger. There's Ranger for you guys. You guys can hang out and watch Ranger. Robodom, you're in charge on both sides. Will you let everybody know about the Discord, Robodom? And I'll be right back. I'm just going to walk around for a minute. Been sitting all day. All right. Back. Oh, I didn't even put a little timer on this time. All right, how did you guys do on voting? Man, you guys are voting big. That's pretty big for the channel. You guys have... Some of you think I'm going to do it, some of you don't. So So let me tell you guys a little bit about the next 10 rounds of Brotato here. You have all these bosses, but there's 2 bosses on each of these levels now. So now it's much harder. Since Spec Diameter went all in, I need to go all in too. Okay, fair enough. You guys are voting. Oh, yes and no. You guys are going pretty hard. We might have our first 250,000. You guys do a few more of the big hitters vote. Nah, it's probably gonna run out. Helio Plus, thanks for the happy birthday on the YouTube side. We're just messing around today. We're not going super serious. And it's already funny. I can already tell, like, the YouTube comments, which come in like months and months later, are going to be like, this guy wasn't even doing Linux the whole time. And I'll be like, ah, oh, fucking I can't. Like, people don't know the difference between like a live video and like a. All right, fuck it. Let's not complain. Let's just get to it. All right. So now all I got to do, beat up a bunch of guys. All the stuff's going to still fly at me. So literally the whole goal right now is just to stay alive, right? That's the goal. Stay alive. Or in the words of Robert Downey Jr. in Tropical Thunder, survive. If you guys haven't seen that, that's a pretty great movie. All right. Nothing's too bad. There's a couple of things that could make this run a little better. See how I can kind of control the middle right now? There's a couple of things that would make this run a little better. One is an anvil. Anvil would give me armor every level or every round, which is good. And the other thing that would make this better would be there's a thing called an extra stomach. And if you have that, it will give you, every time you pick up one of these little fruits and you're full, it gives you an extra hit point. But you can only do 10 per level. So you can only get 10 extra hit points per level. Which, between that and really high armor, keeps the enemy from kind of taking you out. Alright, we want the range, we want the damage. We'll take this because it's unique and we never have to see it again. And we'll take more damage. We'll take the big arms for more range damage. We'll take the crit and that because crit is huge for us. And this is one of the best things we can get. We're going to lose a lot of range, but we're going to do, every time we kill somebody, they're going to explode and hit one of their buddies with a bullet. So that's huge. And we want more damage, or we want more regen, so let's go. All right. Oh, we're on one of our bosses. So see how there's double bosses right now? Oh, don't want to die. Don't die. Number 1 rule, don't die. Alright, kill this boss. He's down. Right there, he should be down. And then the other guy will be down. And then, oh, don't die. And the funny thing is when you die at this level, it's like you succeeded, but you're like, well, I feel like I died though. But, alright, there we go. Caught that one. Just trying to dodge it. Alright, so that was both the bosses down. That was a pretty good little run. Also, as you note, everything comes towards me, so I don't have to go collecting anything. So now all I gotta do is try to beat level 30. You think I'm gonna fail, Inspector? Well, actually, I probably do fail getting to 30 more than I get to 30, that's for sure. But we'll see. There's a couple of things that can still turn kind of the tide of this game for me. So we'll see. Don't want a piggy bank, they're useless now. Fuel tanks are useless. The whetstone, that's probably fine. And we want more crit. So we'll take crit. We'll take the baby with a beard. Try to level our armor or level our guns all the way up. Medical gun 2. So for that, we got to toss out the 1. And we'll take more damage. All right. That's the goal. Kill everybody. Oh, man. I guess I'm getting tired. By the way, I got to get up early tomorrow. I got to work. Patching servers. We got some downtime, so we're patching servers. And then I also have a fair amount of... I got to go pick my brother up. And then I also have friends coming in town. So, like, I got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. The friends are coming in town. One of them's competing in a money jiu-jitsu tournament. I think it's about a $2,000 winner. If you win, you get $2,000. So that's a pretty good jiu-jitsu tournament. I think it's brown and black belts. He's a brown belt, but he's an instructor at a school, which I'll take an instructor at a school that's a brown belt over a black belt that's just a hobbyist. Like he'd probably beat me pretty regularly, but he and I have never really... Actually, I don't think he and I have ever rolled because he's smaller than me. And like when I go to matches and stuff, he and I are never... or when we go, like when I do camps with him and stuff. He and I have never really had to go hard with each other, but he's a good dude. Look, 10 crit. I want more crit. And we'll take dodge. And then we don't need the extra damage there, but we do need a better medical gun. This one's useless for us at this level. We do want more dodge. Dodge caps at 60, so I don't need it right now. Don't want to fail necessarily my points on the other hand. Yeah. Well, on the plus side, you can always just get more points by watching the streams and stuff. But thanks, Alchemist. Glad you made it. We're just kind of hanging out today. Not working super hard on anything. Not really doing too much. We are doing Linux, but we're just kind of hanging out. And actually, we're mostly talking systems engineering in a kind of general sense. And I've been talking about different methodologies and stuff. I'm going to get back here in a second to like baselining and benchmarking. But I have to finish this challenge up and see how far we can get on Brotato. So we'll do that, and then we'll see where we land. Will we beat level 30? That's the question. I better not take my eyes off the screen, because you could die in like 2 hits at this level. So I don't want to. Got a lot of stuff flying at me too, so I got to keep an eye on what things are. And by the way, I'm colorblind too, so that doesn't help me any. In these type of bullet games like this, where there's so much stuff, it doesn't help me much because I'm colorblind. But see how I can like control the middle? I always talk. That's how much I know, like whether or not we're getting outclassed by the enemies or not. All right, we want the scar, and we do want this because it's going to give us more range damage and more crit, but it gives us less dodge. But dodge isn't that big of a deal. Don't need that. Don't need any of that. Actually, we could use more lifesteal and regeneration at the cost of harvesting, because harvesting counts down in these later levels. And we do want the medical gun, so we'll end up having to throw out one of these probably. But that's fine. Well, no. Actually, next level, we'll be able to make this a 3, mix it with that, and then get that. So we'll be able to get all of our guns. We'll be all red on guns. But we have 2 bosses to fight this level, so we'll see if we can win again. Okay. And there are 2 of the harder bosses together, but we'll see. I'm going to beat this one first. So kill him first, and then now I would beat this guy. But since I have piercing now, I didn't have piercing earlier. I should be able to beat this guy easier because I can get to him. Whereas before, I think you guys saw I couldn't get to him because he had too many of his buddies running around him. Now I can still at least hurt him. So okay, good. We beat the bosses. And then all we got to do is finish the level up. All the experience will still come to us, so that's good. And we'll be able to max out our guns the next level. We got a good chance of beating level 30. Not as good a chance of beating level 40 though. That's pretty hard to do. You got to have like all the right build to beat 40, and I don't think I have it, but we'll see. We'll see if we can do it. All right. Quit vanquishing enemies. All right, we want the luck. We didn't need that range. We do want this because it's hit points and luck. Hedgehog is fine because we're getting more. We will take range, and then we will take. We don't want any of this crap. This is garbage. Range, and we'll take that. We'll put those together and take that. Take that. We don't need any more guns. We actually don't need these because we don't have a pickup range. We just get things flying to us. And that's good. All right, we don't need anything else. All right. Yeah, we got pretty good range. I'd like a little more range because I'd like to be able to just stand in the middle and shoot anybody. That's the best range, but I can't quite do that yet. So, because then also I could stay away from things. And that's even better. All right. We do got to watch for those big groups of guys like that. If they charge and all hit me, I'll lose. They'll kill me immediately. So I do got to watch out for them. I just try to kind of stay on the other side of the map from them. Let all the extra damage going everywhere kill them off, you know. But I do need to keep killing trees because if I kill off trees, I get more of the little crates, which are really important. This is garbage for this guy. Good for other characters. Silver Bullet, more damage against those elites and bosses. Huge. Bait is really good because it gives you more damage, but you get these little annoying guys at the beginning of the round, but I can kill them all, so that's fine. And we don't need any of that crap. Don't need any of that crap, although this is pretty good. It's more luck. And this is one of the best things around. Regeneration is doubled when you have less than 50 health, plus 3 regen, so that's good. I don't want any of those. Don't want any of that. Don't want any of that. I'll take that, but I won't buy it on the next level. Enemies hate it when you do. Yeah, enemies hate me because of this one trick. All right, see how I'm like staying away from those guys? They're all dead. So like the 8% extra damage is now mine, and I don't have any more enemies from it to worry about. So that's really big. So I still got to kill those little brain guys off because they're super annoying. So I'm trying to aim, like, my bullets pierce through guys, so I'm trying to aim my bullets so they kill the guys behind. And because those little brain guys don't have very many hit points, and I'm trying to make sure that they die even behind the other guys. Now, you might notice I just let the game shoot for me, but I can push the button and shoot. Like, if I have to shoot in a certain direction, I can. But for the most part, I just let the game shoot for me, because it picks right most of the time, and I just move towards where I want it to shoot anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So damage. This one's pretty good. It gives you huge range and more regen, but it caps your speed, and 32 is a pretty good speed, so that's fine. I'll take attack speed. I'll take. I'm gonna take this power generator now because it's gonna give me a lot more damage, and then I'm gonna keep the peacock for the next level because I don't want to take 50% more damage, so I'll take that for the next one. Let me check something here. Just give me. This does give me health every level, so I'm gonna take this. And then take more luck, because luck's huge. All right. Who's our guys? This guy shoots, so you just kind of spin around him. That guy over there is not too bad. You just stay away from him until you're ready to go in and kill him. So let's just stay away and kill this guy first. Oh, don't die, don't die. First rule, don't die. All right, he's dead. Now when I'm ready, hold on. Now when I'm ready, I pop inside this guy's circle, and I just... Oop, I lost. Ah, oh, damn it. Spectre, you had that I was going to lose. All right, all right, all right. So, let me give you guys your points. All right, I did not do it, guys. So, will I beat round 30 of Brotato? I did not. All right. So, let's go to benchmarking. Let's talk some system stuff. I know it's Friday. We just mess around on Friday, guys. Happy birthday once more. I'm going to try to catch at least 1 more hour of sleep. Yeah, Doc. Get out of here. I appreciate it. You guys can always come back and hang out. You can always ask questions down in the YouTube as well, so that kind of stuff. Yeah, Inspector, I don't beat level 30 too often, but I don't think I've never beaten 50. Because they nerfed the way you used to be able to just get the piggy bank and then you could just run it up, but I didn't play the game when it was like that. I played the game before all that, and then I stopped playing for like 6 months, and then I started playing again. They'd fixed a bunch of stuff because guys were getting to like level 500 and stuff. So I didn't get to play that. All right, benchmarking. Benchmarking and baselining. People tend to think of these as interchangeable terms, but for the purpose of this discussion, there's going to be some differentiation. Baselining it tends to be like an observability before how the system works under normal operations. So this can be thought of like baselining is like the low water mark. Like, what's the baseline of how the system works on like day in and day out? What's it look like as kind of it flows through? That to me is you get operational data over time. You see historical data. So like in my environment, I come here and I want to know how the servers and CPUs have behaved in my environment for the last 90 days. And I'm using InfluxDB so I can look back that far. And this is what server data looks like over the course of 90 days. Have I ever been over 75% memory usage in the last 90 days? Yes, I have. Typically at night when we're doing our patching, but for the most part, or not patching, what's it called? The antivirus scans, right? But in sometimes I was going over, and then I could go investigate why. But for now, I would say, yeah, honestly, right now, we're not normally over 60%. We stay under 60% average across all my devices for as far as memory goes. And those spikes, as I dig in more granular, we talk about the resolution of a metric. The resolution is how much of the metric you see. I could say, well, over time, I see a spike daily, and then maybe if I really dig in and I go like the last 7 days, and I go, there's definitely a pattern. At night, something happens on these servers that shoots their CPU and their memory high. What is that? Slammed by Trellix? No, I'm actually running Clam antivirus on all my environment that I care about. So it just scans. It's got a 8 million something, 8.6 million virus signatures, and it just keeps an eye on things in my environment, right? Do I necessarily need it? Probably not, but it was just a fun little project and thing to spin up and do. And then I also just kind of leave it. And I also use, I have a deployer that pushes it to all my nodes, and I've told you guys about how all that works and stuff. We've looked at it different times on the environment, but that tends to be baselining. Benchmarking is a process of testing the upper limits of the system under load. So a lot of times with high water marking, the load testing on the system. Now, people use baselining and benchmarking interchangeably, and they use them differently. For the purposes of my discussion, baselining is your low water mark average usage of the system over time. Benchmarking is when we want to go hit the gas and see what happens, right? Reminder, these commands do negatively affect performance. So some of the benchmarking stuff that I'm going to talk about, if you do that on a production system, you are going to affect the way the system works. Because you're spinning it up to a high RPM, and it's trying to go and deliver pizzas or whatever the hell your server's doing. It's trying to deliver web pages and Java applets and Tomcat and whatever crap it's doing, but you're over here spinning up the CPU, right? Like, it will affect you in the real world. So this is kind of a thing to understand. Often benchmarking is about stressing a subsystem to determine what it can do in the real world. In the perfect world, this is done prior to going live and will provide the data that will let us answer what is normal performance. So we love to be able to say, well, how is this server going to behave under 5,000 connections? Well, we could test. We can generate 5,000 connections from 10 servers. That's not a big deal. But it's really hard to determine what 300,000 connections look like. So what we sometimes do is what's called extrapolating data, right? We'll take 5,000 and go, okay, well, 5,000 kind of looks like this. Well, there's a sunk cost of system usage, and that's 60% of it. So we added 40% of the usage that's there with our 5,000. So if we were to scale this up to 300,000, we would need 5 nodes behind a load balancer to be able to keep them all under 60% usage. I'm making stuff up. Hold on. I'm obviously making stuff up. Hold on. I'm trying to get my... Oh, there it is. Okay. I want to... When those things stop running, I need... I think there's a... Is there a CC command? Hold on. I think there's a CC command. Fix your... Yeah, so if any of you guys ever see my my closed captioning, then just do CC over on the Twitch side and it'll let me know. But I caught it that time. If you guys didn't see it, stopped working. But what's normal performance, right? So anyway, so here's how I benchmark systems. If you ask me to benchmark baselining, I have to just start gathering data. It was busted for about a second, Robodom. I saw it stop working and I was like, wait a minute. And it wasn't talking with me and I was like, wait a minute. So it definitely busted for a second there. This is a benchmarking methodology. This is not prescriptive. Does everybody know what I mean when I say something's not prescriptive? When I say something's not prescriptive, what I mean is this is not the only way to do it. This is not me writing in my little notepad here, my little book, and then tearing it off and giving it to you and go take 3 of these and see me in the morning. I'm not telling you, this is not a prescriptive. This is a way to look at the methodology. This is an iterative process. Yours may be different than mine. Does that make sense? This is a way to do things. There's a plan phase, there's an experiment phase, and there's an improve phase. Then we loop back around and we plan again, we experiment again, and we improve, and we constantly do this. And how did this break? Hold on, guys. We'll discard my ink annotations, but hold on. I need to get in there. Why is this busted? Why is this not... over there. All right. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's better than it was. All right. So, okay, you guys are back. There's that. So, in the plan phase, what are we trying to understand? What are we trying to... Yeah, Lily Pad, I've been a college professor for 15 years, and some people it resonates with, and some people are just like, God, I can't listen to this guy a second longer. Which, by the way, is an important point. If you can't get help here, get help somewhere. I tell you guys all the time, if you can't listen to me for one more second, go listen to the guys that do coding, and go listen to the other guys. There's a lot of people out there that do this stuff different. There's people that are out here to infotain you and tell you stories about the industry, and there's people that are out here to argue about Rust and Go and all. There's all this stuff. Hey, by the way, Shred Dark, thanks for the Prime. Do you stream? That name looks familiar. I don't know if you stream or not, but thanks for the subscription. I appreciate it, especially coming off my hard loss of not beating round 30 of Brotato. But okay, we got our planning phase, goals and identification. What tools and metrics are we going to pull? The reactive content is crazy. So I was telling you guys about tools and metrics. Your ability to understand a thing, your ability to scope a thing, your ability to gather data with instrumentation about anything is going to be only as good as the tool and metric you decide to use. I don't have anything up here, but have you guys ever seen those mittens you wear when you go to grab... You guys ever seen those mittens you wear when you go to grab like hot stuff out of your stove? You guys seen those? You got like those big like thick mittens, and you're like this. And could you imagine if you were wearing those big thick mittens and you were trying to like play water guns with kids? So you got these big mittens on that are like, I should go grab some, but they're like downstairs. But anyways, like they're big mittens and your hands are like this in them, and you're trying to like play water guns with the kids, right? Or you're trying to do a Rubik's Cube. Could you imagine it? The point is, you're not... The tools and metrics and things that you're doing to gather your data have to be precise. Oven gloves, yeah. They have to be precise enough to what you need to do. The lost... Robodom, me and my wife got some from her parents a few years back. We got these ones that... They're full gloves, and then they have like almost these rubberized things on. They almost look like those gloves that like the skateboarders use when they do the longboarding. And then... Yeah, I'm sure. By the way, guys, that would be actually funny to put in the Discord is all of your different types of oven gloves. But I've got these ones that they're normal gloves, but they're like thick, heat resistant. And they're actually pretty good. I pulled something out of the oven the other day that was kind of heavy. And you guys know the heavier it is, the more it pushes in and the more heat transfer. Yeah, look, guys, I look, that's the best thing about Discord is all the BS that we can put up there, you know. And God, please scroll that thing down in the frickin'... the memes and jokes channel. That picture of me is just awful. And it's awfully accurate too, except for the bra part. Jeez, I can't believe they put me in a bra. Oh God. Oh man, with friends like these guys, I don't know. So anyways, tools and metrics, how you gather data. My point in saying that is like use the right tools. If those gloves are on your hands and you're trying to play with this got this little penguin. My mom got me this penguin years ago. His head comes off. She didn't even know I was going to be super into Linux, but she got this for me years ago. And he's my little penguin guy. And if I was trying to manipulate him or I was trying to like do stuff on this little Raspberry Pi here and I had those oven gloves on, I'd be looking like this and it wouldn't work very well. So my point in saying all that is you have to be able to look at the level and granularity of what you want. So let me show you something real quick. If I were to come to my systems here, and here's my server CPU, and I wanted to look down, and the question was, Scott, between the hours of midnight and 10 a.m., what was going on with your server CPU? I could tell you. I could be pretty good about that. And if you were like, hey, Scott, between 7 and 10, could you get in there and could you tell me how your servers were doing? I'd say, yeah, I have pretty good granular data points. But if you said from 7:30 to 8:30, that's not too bad. Let's go 7:30 to 7:35. Let's go 7:30 to 7:31. Let's go even closer. Let's go 7:30, 10 through the 10th second through the 20th second. Okay, well, that's actually pretty good too. But if we get really deep in here, you're eventually not going to have individual data points, and I'm not going to be able to tell you anymore whatever the thing is. Within 5 minutes, though, let's give this a little bit of time. This will give me, it's going to take a little while to populate, but it should give me a pretty good understanding of how the system was used in the last 5 minutes. Really low, by the way. Let's go the last 7 days. My point is, you got to look at the scope and the scale and all these things that, you know, all these terms, but exactly what you need. So if I were to zoom in on this and it wasn't giving me good data, I would have to deal with my data resolution. How much, like, am I collecting every 5 seconds, every 60 seconds, every 5 minutes? All that kind of stuff. Depravi, happy birthday, Het. Best of luck, teacher on YouTube. Learned a lot from you. Yeah, well, hopefully this stuff's useful to you, right? Like, this is years and years of me doing it and trying to make other engineers around me better, because I really think that you guys can do this stuff. And Russian Cyber Check, happy birthday. Yeah, thank you. And also in Russian, I've never had anybody wish me happy birthday in Russian, so thank you for that. That's kind of nice. Hey, can we do any CKA stuff, taking my exam next week or another time? Kritzy, we can definitely do that. I won't do it tonight, but let's say Sunday will be all CKA stuff. Does that sound good? Also, Kritzy, if you haven't seen it, I do have let me show you a couple of things that I did when I was getting ready. One, make sure you're doing Mumshad's stuff, because Mumshad Manabeth is like the best thing on. His Code Cloud stuff, you can buy it on Udemy, and then you get his course over on Code Cloud for free. But one of the things, and I have it, this is up in the Discord. If you go to Prologue Presentation, oh, I have this wrong. Hold on. It should be by type. This is up there, and if you don't find it up there, let me know. What the hell are they called? Kubernetes. And then my CKA certification stuff. This thing is up there, and it's all of the different areas that I would go look at and study for each piece of the test. We actually went over this a few weeks ago again, but we can definitely do it on Sunday if you want. We'll just do the CKA and CKAD stuff out of Killer Coda if you want. We'll just walk through it and work on it. Make sure that you feel comfortable with stuff. Lab practice. So I have a bunch of practice, and then here's the solutions of the imperative commands that you do to make each thing work. So all this is up on the Discord somewhere. I think you just look for CKA. Can you make some of this stuff? All that. Okay. Anyway, so let me get this out of the way. Wait, are we still on? Oh, shoot, I broke it. Hold on. Here it is. All right. Planning and resource allocation. Make sure we're doing it and we're not affecting other things and that kind of stuff. Yeah, but Kritzy, we can keep working on stuff for sure. The CKA and the CKAD stuff are so similar that I think that it's a good idea to just know a lot of that stuff. And then they have some really good stuff that they've added in the last year on Killer Coda. Like you can do all the etcd stuff on there, and you can do all of the actual upgrade stuff on there, which you couldn't do before, and you could do the storage stuff. You couldn't do all that before. Yeah. Do as much imperative, and also do imperative to create the YAML down to a file, and then immediately change the file for the other things you need. That's real important too, Kritzy. Absolutely. Okay, so then we do this, we plan, make sure that we're not affecting running resources, or we're doing it when it's the least invasive. And then we experiment. We define the experiment. What do I plan on changing? What do I plan on understanding better? We execute the experiment, and then we get the results. We collect the things properly, hopefully, and we have the right monitors in place. The worst thing you can do is fire off an experiment and not gather the data. That would be useless, right? And then we go look at it and say, did we get the improvement or the reduction of errors that we expected? Plan how to get it better. If we have upper and lower control limits, UCLs and HCLs and UCLs, UCLs are the upper control limits and LCLs are the lower control limits of what we expect a process to come out with. We can use our improvement planning to try to figure out how to tighten it up and be more precise and those kind of things. And then how are we going to monitor the improvement to make sure it's better? And then we loop back through and do it again and do it again and do it again. And I actually show you guys, do I have it right here? I think I have it. Yeah, I do have it right here. So we'll look at this and then we'll do this. So these are the base phases, right? And then the rubber meets the road stuff, like where I do this professionally is, and you're going to say, Scott, there's no way you do something as simple as this. Yes, this is exactly what I do. I'm about to show you guys. You Moon, how's it going, man? How's college going? Are you still doing? If you don't mind me asking, M. Pessa's been doing it too, and he's been just passing a bunch of his stuff by, I think, klepping it out or whatever they call that, like where he's just finishing it. But yeah, you Moon, I always appreciate when you're around. Hey, make sure you go make a comment in the meme section so it passes that stuff higher up. We want the Discord to forget that image ever was created, that abomination before. Gosh. All right. I'm done talking about it. But I do want to show you guys this because you're going to say, Scott, there's no way that this is exactly what you actually do as an engineer. And I'm going to say, oh, yeah. Oh, no, you Moon, don't go look at it. It's not real. It's an AI image that's shockingly accurate, but it's still incorrect. Bury it. Yeah, bury it. Burn it with fire. Maybe just burn Fisherman's computer while we're at it because that's where it came from. Actually, he probably built that in the cloud, so now it's probably like being forwarded around the internet. All right, anyway, so let's go down here real quick. I want to show you guys something. You're going to look at this and you're going to go, Scott, wait a minute. There's no way that you actually just build simple little tables like this and do this. And I'm going to say, yeah, this is exactly what I do. I build little tables like this, and then I gather my current information about the system. I make some plan to change or improve the system in some way. I used to do this with disk clusters back in the day. I used to run a GPFS system, and I had these big medium-tier disks, and then I had fast SSDs, and then my slower mid-tier disks, and then my tape was off to the side, and tape was my cold tier, so I had hot, warm, cold. And what we did was we wanted to see if we added... We had... a fair amount of data filling up in the environment. This was our problem. We had data filling up in the environment, and we were being quoted a certain price to buy SSD from IBM, and IBM was like, "Yeah, you need that SSD. Real good to have fast front end." And we said, "Well, hold on a second. What would happen if we were to add some more storage?" We needed a lot of storage, so we said, "Wait, we're going to buy another one of these mid-tier kind of data packs." I forget what the exact nomenclature of it, but it's a JBOD, just a bunch of disks, right? And we were going to add that, and then we were going to add it to our GPFS. And I said, hold on, that should produce, because now we're going to have more channels to throw data back to, and we're going to have a lot more disks to write to, and we're going to have all this storage, and we're going to rebalance and all this stuff. And I said, I predict from running all the numbers and putting the base I/O that I got to each disk, I said, well, hold on. If I add 30 more of these disks, I should get like a 17% increase in speed performance from my nodes to that GPFS cluster. And if I get that 17%, that's actually better than buying the SSDs, which are like one at the time, and they were like a quarter the size. And they were like 10 times the price. So we're like, well, hold on. What if we did this and we got the 50% or the 17% improvement of speed, but then I could buy like 4 of these for the same thing I could buy one of these tiny little things. We could just load this thing up. So we did tests. We were going to buy the one anyway, so we bought it because we needed more space. And I did the performance tests, and it looked a lot, guys, it looked very similar to this right here. Didn't have the explanations in there, but it had this basic thing. It said, here's the system, and here's all my... I always do a small, a medium, and a large write into my systems to test performance. And you say, what's small, medium, and large? Right? Because isn't that the next question for most people? What's a small, medium, and large? That is based on the minimum block size of what's going into your file system. So if your block system is a 4096K, which is a 4 meg block size, a small write is smaller than that. A medium write is right at that, and a large write is like 4 times that. And you might say, well, that sounds like you're Goldilocks, basically like Goldilocks. You're like, this one's too small, and this one's too big, and this one's just right. You're treating the file system in an abusive way, in the exact same way your users abuse the file system. But you're doing that to have a controlled test, right? We're still doing, guys, this is a benchmark practical application, but it's the same testing methodology that I used from earlier, right? This was our testing methodology right here. Purpose, scope, out of scope, methodology, control. All these things are just, I'm just not saying them again, but they're being used down there. All right. All right. By the way, these are just tools here that I'm skipping because I think like the tools we could do anytime, right? But the point is, we did the thing. I baselined everything, I benchmarked. I figured out what my system can do on this type of write and this type of read and all these things, and I tested it. Then I added those disks and rebalanced the file system, and then I redid it, and I got my 17% improvement, or my 6%, or whatever you expect. By the way, it's perfectly acceptable, just like it is in math, to say, well, I'm going to do this thing because I need the more space, but I don't know what the improvement's going to be, so now for the first time I need to quantify it. That would have been perfectly acceptable too. But guess what I can very easily do if I have this number here and this number down here? I could very easily go throw that into a this one over that one over this one, and figure out which one's bigger and do the math on it, right? And Hot Mike, did you find the? Are you doing CK stuff too, or in general? I got all kinds of stuff up in the Discord. We've been running that Discord so long, I don't even know what's up there anymore. But oh god, that no, not the picture. Jeez. By the way, I got to emphasize that picture in the Discord, and today's my birthday still. Is that is an AI generated image. That's not real. And when I show it to the guy who's standing next to me, I'm gonna point out to him that it's really funny. He would not have stood next to me if I was dressed like that, with a brassiere or a manzier or whatever the hell that thing is. How much those jobs usually pay? Tana, it's like this kind of stuff where you do like systems engineering and stuff. I would say. God, so it's funny, as a college professor, I'm very conditioned to not tell you guys anything like that, because I do not tell my students anything about like what they can expect to make in the industry, because that's, if you guys don't know, private colleges have been hammered heavily since 2008-ish on that kind of stuff. Private colleges just fucking, oh, you were giving bad numbers to students and they thought they were going to make $150,000 a year right out of college, and you're like, well, shit, of course you're not going to make $150,000. But anyways, some people tend to get that idea. But let me say, I would say that the average person I know that gets into like a Linux systems engineering role and is like the base, like the lowest level, $80K right now, $80K a year is probably the lowest I see on that. If you can get into like what's like a low-level Linux systems administrator or systems engineering role, I'd say the entry level for that's about $80K. The high end of that is in the $200K range. Maybe not quite breaking 300, but it's pretty good. Yeah. And that's LilyPad. That's kind of the next step for me, is I would say like maybe in like the 107 to like 130 range. And I've explained that. Like I talk to people about that. I don't like try to sound too presumptuous on stream here or whatever. But like I tell people about kind of, there's like some shifts that happen between, when you start making 90 versus when you make like 115 versus like when you're over like 170. There's like certain changes of focus that happen, and it's kind of nice. So yeah, it's but all that being said, like there's always stuff that happens and that kind of stuff. I also have, by the way, I think you guys know I have a top secret clearance as well, and that does help. Depends on where you're going. Like I haven't used my top secret clearance in over 10 years, so I'd have to recert it if I was going to do it. But yeah, thanks guys. Thanks over on the YouTube side for the happy birthdays. I appreciate it. Secret, yeah. And I hold a couple of public trust ones now for different projects that I work on as well, but I haven't used my top secret in a long time. I don't think if it ever came up where I could work top secret again, I probably wouldn't, because I don't like the polygraph process. I'm not a big fan of that process. I don't do well in those they're interrogations. If you guys have never been through an interrogation, I don't like the process. It's not a fun process, so I probably would never do it again. Not because I don't have anything to hide. It's just I don't like the process. I'm not a big fan of, like, they do weird things to you. It's not fun. It's not fun. Like the way they have to treat you to get the reactions they want out of you, I don't like it. I don't think it's a fun thing. I don't think it's good. Some people love that stuff, but I did one polygraph ever and I passed it. I did not like it. I was in there like 6 hours. They were like, the guy was like my good friend, and then he like flipped a switch while we were talking, and he turned into this other guy, and I did not like it. Yeah, we were talking and we were laughing, and he was like, "What's funny about that? What do you think's funny about that?" And I was like, "I thought we were just, oh, all right, well, no, we're okay." And it turned into like this thing. Yeah, it was weird. And then I think I had like, I don't know, like low blood sugar because I was just sitting there a long time. It was not fun, man. Moon, that is not a real picture. That is an AI picture. That picture is not real. That picture is not real. Okay, anyways, there's a meme challenge for the Discord, and the meme challenge is supposed to be fun and lighthearted, but Fisherman doesn't have a heart, so therefore it's not fun or lighthearted. That's some sci-fi thing. Okay. All right. Yeah. It's not good. And it's funny because the guy that's standing next to me would not have stood next to me. He is the most. I don't want to say conservative. He is like a straight edge dude. He would not have stood next to me if I was dressed like that. And he's gonna think that's hilarious. The big tall guy, Matt Rogers, that was standing next to me in that image, he would not have been standing next to me if I was dressed like that. He'd have been like, "Get the fuck out of here, man." Yeah, can't confirm. Fisherman, no heart. Okay, so let's do some troubleshooting stuff. I have a whole talk on troubleshooting, but I kind of moved it all over here. Our community now writing a cease and desist letter to one of our members. Yeah. I like that, Umoon. Did you see some of the good ones, Umoon? I got some pretty good ones, but I'm not going to show that one on stream. That one was pretty awkward. NK Coder, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're just talking through my Linux systems administration talk, and this is, things that we do as systems engineers and administrators and all that good stuff. And I'm talking for a long time, even though it's my birthday, because one, in the words of Otto from The Simpsons, I have nowhere else to go. But also, I was going to go camping with the family, but I ended up having to work tomorrow, so I was just like, I'll stay home. And then I got to pick my brother up at 6:30 a.m. from the airport. Him and his family's coming back from Hawaii, so I got to go grab them. And then I have friends coming in town for a jiu-jitsu tournament, so I'm like, it's like just wild. Like I'm even up later than I probably want to be because I got to get up at before 5 a.m. tomorrow to run this patching stuff for work. So because I work in a college out of Chicago, so they're going to be, it'll be 7 a.m. for them, but it'll be 5 a.m. for me when we start our patching and closing down the cluster and all that stuff. I'm here after Socratic Linux video. I've always wanted to create something like that as well, and I can just share yours there. Good, and happy birthday. Thank you for the work you do. NK Coder, I appreciate that. You're always welcome, by the way, to hang out. I tell people all the time, like our Discord, like everything down there is free. I say all the time, if you guys join our Discord and then you load up on everything and you run out of there like a cartoon villain with like a sack full of all of our resources, I don't care. Like I tell even all my junior engineers, I'm like, come knock me off this top place so I can like go do something else. Like I don't want to be the lead guy anymore. I just want to be the guy out there just fucking, I don't know. I don't really want to go fishing all the time, but I'd do something else. But when somebody finally knocks me off my top position, it's like the Highlander. When somebody finally takes my head, I'll go do something else in the world. But until I find that engineer, and that's why I always tell you guys, come take my position from me. But that's kind of funny. That's me mostly joking, tongue in cheek. But the point is, go take any resources you want because the goal of this group is to get you guys doing this. And I think the world needs more engineers in general. Because, we got scientists, and scientists are going to argue over all kinds of shit, right? And they're going to publish papers and do all that stuff, and I'm in the publishing of papers, and I think that's its own thing. But, like, the thing about engineers is we put science into, like, real life. Like, we are the ones that, like, the expression that I always say is one test is worth 1,000 expert opinions. You can't tell me something doesn't work if I go build it. How are you going to tell me something doesn't work? I'm building it, right? Like, it's that kind of same idea. Yes, stories and little chit chats are more interesting, but would never have guessed your top clearance. Yeah, I have a top secret clearance for the U.S. Yeah, I also have a fair number of other clearances for just different projects I'm on, but I don't do much with that anymore. And it's funny, a lot of people think because of my Army time that I got that. I didn't get that when I was in the Army. I was in the Army. I was an infantry guy. I was just running around with my rifle, and then I got out, and then that's when I went back. And when I worked for Lockheed Martin, I got my top secret. So, oh, by the way. I need to mention something here. I need to pull something up here. There's the certs. We've been talking about those. Those are in the beginners area. Can I pull something up for you guys? We have an event coming up tomorrow. By the way, our events on Saturdays are always free. I will never charge for anything on Discord. I've been saying that for a long time. Even if there's like a monetization thing for Discord, I'm never going to do that because I'm not really interested in making money where we can all kind of hang out, right? If people want the book, that's the only thing I charge anything for, and that's only because some people are always asking me for like a Patreon and other stuff. I don't have any of that stuff, so I guess the book is the thing. This guest speaker that's coming tomorrow, I'm not naming him because I never know how much people want their name out there, but I'm going to tell you, this guy is, when I tell you guys stuff, like I say, I'm not the smartest engineer in the room, but I've worked with him. This guy is one of them. This guy's in the top 3 smartest guys I've ever worked with. Just simple, hands down. I could give you some of his stuff if people are like, maybe I'll go, maybe I won't. I'll tell you some things about him. He's an engineering friend of mine. I met him at Lockheed Martin. He was on the software engineering side, and I was one of the Linux platform guys. I was called a hardware engineer, but I would do everything from racking and stacking and the networking and everything with the things. Does top secret clearance suck because you secrets you learn is on the need to know base? Inspector, I was there when Snowden, no, I wasn't in the project, but I was working top secret when Snowden happened, and then I couldn't go look at other things anymore. Everything became very stovepiped again. So, like, before that, I could go see stuff happening around the world and stuff. I could not do that after Snowden. I was stuck just on my project. So it was, like, a little more open. I would want an instance if I go for TS. Yeah, Inspector, the problem is it's all stovepiped again because of what happened with Snowden. And I won't go into that. But this guy, by the way, so this guy worked with me in top secret clearance. This guy, again, I'm not going to name him because I don't know how much he wants his name out there. When he tells us about, if he gives us his name tomorrow and if he pops up on stream and stuff, we're going to be down in Discord tomorrow, by the way, for this meeting. It's 3:00 my time, but if you're in our Discord, it'll be set for your time. So I know there's people all around the world, so, whatever. Anyways, free talk. This guy is one of the guys. He is as sharp as anybody I've ever met. He used to have this thing up. I really like this quote that he had. He had a quote up outside his outside of his cubicle when we worked at Lockheed Martin together that said, I am a programmer. I can program in anything. I can program in, and it gave like seriously like 60 programming language. And then at the end it said specialization is for insects. And I always like that. That may be some big coding quote or something, but I can tell you that's the first time I ever saw it was on his thing. And he could do, like, and I hate to say it like this and sound like a fanboy, he can literally do anything, this guy. But anyways, my point in bringing all that up is he's going to come talk to you guys. I met him. He had been an associate engineer all the way up through a senior, and now he's a director of engineering for his company, working back on projects underneath. So he's at a different company, but he works for the same stuff that we used to do at Lockheed Martin. A couple other things he did. He started a group for a hammer block competition. He's up there, hot Mike. He's up there. But he and his brother. His brothers came and talked to our group before. His brother's got like 8 of the AWS certs, and his brother's a solutions architect with AWS, and then he is director of engineering at this company. But anyway, and I'll let him tell as much of that as he wants. But where I'm going with that is he ran our group. There used to be this competition at Lockheed Martin called Hammer Block, and Hammer Block was across all of Lockheed Martin. Well, you had to be in the U.S. You couldn't be outside the U.S. And it was a hacking competition. And he started the team, and there was a team that I was on, and the first year they took first place and won a trip to DEF CON. This would have been in like 2011. They won out of 500 teams for all of Lockheed Martin. And then the second time they ran it, I was on the team. I joined. I didn't know about the first time. And we took third place, but we took third place behind the Enterprise Red team, and then somebody who it was questionable if we should have been second or third place. But the point is that was out of like 500 teams, and he was the lead on it both times. So we set up all the stuff, and I was just like the systems engineer guy, and it was pretty fun. We had a good time with that. But anyways, well, I was a security guy too, but anyways. So anyways, he's coming to talk to the group tomorrow. It'll be free, and I think it'll be worth a lot of people's time. All right, so let's talk a little bit about troubleshooting. There are a lot of ways to troubleshoot, and I am not going to be prescriptive again, but this is a way that I will tell you this. Find a way that resonates with you and learn one way really well. If you get good at troubleshooting and people figure out that you're good at troubleshooting, they will call you in on literally every problem. And that may sound like a problem to you. You may be like, God, man, I just wanted to kind of coast today, and they're calling me in on this networking problem, and I'm a Linux engineer. Why the hell am I getting called in on a networking problem? Guess who they don't let go when layoffs come? The person who they need to fix stuff. So be known as the person who is. So by the way, if you remember, there were some pretty hard times between like 2008 and 2012. I don't know who remembers that time or who was working, but Lockheed Martin had to do some layoffs. And in like 2011, I almost got laid off from a project, that big project we were on, because they were letting people go. And one of the program managers, not a project manager, a program manager, she found out that they were going to lay me off, and she said, "I'll use my program funds to keep Scott on the project." She's like, "I will not like she." So I was my matrixed organization didn't have a head count for me, and my manager didn't like me. There's some story there, but she kept me on for 6 months until it opened back up so that I could continue on with the company because she liked me. Now, not liked me like that. I'm saying she liked me as an engineer. She was like, Scott is on, in the last year, there were like 13 Tiger teams, and I was on 11 of them. If you guys have never heard of the term Tiger team, it's a thing when, in an engineering company, when a problem comes up that has to be solved, they bring all the kind of people from all the different disciplines together, and I was always the guy from my systems engineering stack. I was always the guy. And they brought me in for like 11 of the 13 Tiger teams. And it was actually really funny. I'm not going to get into all that, but I'll tell you guys that some other time if people want to hear it. But tech industry is a weird spot right now, but it might stabilize. Yeah, Robodom, there's some weird things going on. For sure. That's one of the reasons I'm kind of happy to be kind of maybe gravitating back over to NOAA, because that NOAA project is going to be stable for like another 6-7 years. I don't have to worry about the contract going away. It's a 10-year contract, and they have about another 6 years on it. So I'm going to basically be there. Past performance doesn't indicate future returns. That's true, Inspector. She knew me though, and she knew that I was gonna be good. So I always worry, like when I sit here with this green screen behind me and I can't see anything behind me anymore anyways, but there's nobody in my house, so I shouldn't be hearing anything anywhere. Let's check on Rangers. Ranger alerting. How's Ranger doing? Hold on, let's check on Ranger dog. That's my guard dog, guys. That's my first line of defense in my home if somebody's here. Right there, that dog. Look at him. You think anybody can sneak up on that? Look at him. He probably thinks my job around here is just to go. He doesn't know that he's here to defend me. That's okay, guys. Ranger only has one job. Ranger only has to give me one bark. As long as he gives me one bark, he doesn't have to do anything else. He just has to give me one bark. 6 months looking before I landed a horrible handoff. CAC being incumbent 10 years, and they left no one on the SASE side. Yeah. Hot Mike, that's your new contract. Yeah. And then when you got to rebuild things. So, Hot Mike, the contract that I'm getting off of right now, I spent the last year on. Really liked it. It was a big college. I really liked it. I really liked the people. They've had me for 12 months. In fact, my contract technically ended 3 days ago. But they're keeping me on for another month to finish up some work. And when I came on, they only had 2 engineers on the high performance compute team, and then me. I came on. I was the third person. And then we hired a fourth, and then we just started kind of like building the team. And now when I leave, they're gonna have like 8 people, so it's gonna be pretty good. They're gonna have everything pretty well set. But one of the things, as you just mentioned, like I've had to like claw back all this information because they lost 4 people off the project right before I got there, and with those 4 people, they lost like 60 years of experience off of this team. Like, and I'm not talking experience in general. I'm talking experience on this high performance compute system. These people had been working on the system forever. There was like all the tribal knowledge left. Now they did exit interviews and they did stuff, so there was all that stuff. Yeah, Ranger is. Hold on, let me see. He's breathing. Okay, God, that dog scares me. He's old, man. He's not moving because he's sleeping, but he is. I sometimes have to look at him and like I'll go down there and he'll be like this and I'll be like, Ranger. And he'll just lay there and I'll be like, oh God, Ranger's dead. And then he'll look at me and I'll be like, oh my gosh. He scares the crap out of me, guys. Like, no, but I can. It's funny too, like a few years back when I first started streaming, I would yell to him because he's downstairs and around a little farther down the house. I would yell to him and he would pick his head up, but nowadays he doesn't even do it anymore. Attach a heart rate monitor to him. Yeah. Make him walk around for me so my Fitbit thinks that I'm getting in shape. Yeah. Careful with that heat dome sitting over you. It looks like a neat. Next week is going to be rough. Yeah. Well, Skull Crusher, I take this screen and I move it off to the side so that I get a lot more wind on me from my fan outside. Like I don't sit like this with the green screen directly behind me. I know you guys can't see it really, but it's up on the Discord what it looks like. Guy rationalized sleeping or forever sleeping. Yeah. I mean, I love him, but he's almost 13 years old, and he's kind of a bigger dog, so. But no, he's definitely moving. Somewhat. All right, anyways, let's talk about troubleshooting. Again, not prescriptive, and you do not want to learn all the ways. You should learn one good way. So this is a way, I learned this way in the Army. There's a 7-step process. There's also a 6-step version of this one, but I don't even bother with it. The 7-step one looks like this. Identify a problem and its symptoms. The problem identification is the most important part, because if you're not looking at the right problem, you're going to go solve the wrong thing. And I'm very big on this. Like, I'll get on a call and somebody will be like, the server's down. And I'll be like, okay. And I'll SSH over to the server, and the server will have been up 73 days. And I'll be like, the server is not down. And they're like, no, the service is down. Sorry. And you're like, right? Like, the way we say things matters. So, but I've been on calls, and this is one of the reasons that I tell you guys always to clarify and get people to say what they mean. Because I have been on calls where people are spinning for the first 30 minutes. I'm like, hold on a second. The servers are up. This is up. What is the problem here? And they'll be like, oh, well, it's actually this. And I'm like, well, that's a certificate issue. And we need to get this other person on. And then people are like, oh, my God, Scott's a genius. I'm not saying they say that, but I'm saying, like, the point is, like, all I did was follow things through. I didn't just panic and run around like this in the middle of the night. We got to focus on, no one touched the machine. And then you're like 10 plus people. Yeah, that's what I was saying about earlier too. I always do an uptime and a last, because I hear all the time nobody was on it. And then I see like all the logins from their team. And I'm like, I know all your logins. I've been working with you guys for 10 years. I know all your damn logins. Anyways, establish a theory of probable cause. This can be a table or a list. Test your theory and determine the cause. Is it one of these things? And that may be through experience, or I always ask myself questions and test assumptions, right? Like, well, do I know that the server's been, like I see the server's up, but how do I know the server's been up for more than a day? Well, I do an uptime. Can the server ever have an uptime greater than a day if it hasn't been up greater than a day? No, because I know those counters wipe. Okay, I know the server's been up. Server is equivocal. You could refer to software daemon or machine. Yeah, I call them boxes. I call them go kick the node over. I call things all kinds of things, Inspector. In fact, that's one of the few things that I have zero standardization with. I call things servers, box, him, them, go kick them all over, execute the thing. Like, I say all kinds of things that people are like, oh, God, Scott really wants you to kill that server. I'm like, yeah, I get it. But, yeah, to be fair, server could refer to something serving processes off of a machine for sure. Absolutely. Test the theory to determine the cause. Establish a plan, assuming that that's the right thing. And then, hammer, yeah. Implement a solution and escalate if you can't implement the solution yourself. Yeah, I've frequently referred to servers as guys. Yeah. Verify your functionality, and then document your findings, actions, and outcomes. Now, all of these things can be hard to remember, so I actually have a little diagram that I wrote that looks like this. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3, Step 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's all of these steps right here. So all of these things are just morphing into Step 1, identify the problem, establish theory of probable cause, test your theory, establish problem, right? So it's all the things. So I'll let you guys read that. We start here. We move through. Question the obvious, follow the OSI model, whatever your methodology is. Test your guess. Is it confirmed? Yes. Go down. If it's no, keep going. Do you give up? Escalate to a higher and stop? Or do you know and you keep looping here till it's ready to fix? Fix the problem, come over. Is it fixed? Come back up, start over. So you're going to be looping either here or here for quite some time until the problem is solved. Yes. Could this problem have been prevented? Hold on, can I zoom in on this? Could this problem have been prevented? Yes. Take preventative action. Document your findings and outcomes, and then stop. Could it have been prevented? No. Document your findings and outcomes and stop. Yeah, hot mic, I blow servers away all the time. I try to make my servers as ephemeral as possible, meaning I don't give a damn about the server itself. I'll just blow the server away and start over, depending on, where we're at in the troubleshooting process. This is troubleshooting visualized right here. Is not the only way to do this, guys, but it's a way to do it. All right. Okay. So that's troubleshooting visualized. There's our theory. There's our visualization. And then troubleshooting methodologies in general. I thought I moved this higher up. This should even be before we start troubleshooting, but this is the idea. The methodologies can guide you to use the different tools that you have in Linux. Excuse me. We were talking about the tools before, all the observability. But a good methodology should have a starting point, some process we follow, and an ending point. And I'm gonna quote Edwards Deming for a second here. If you can't describe everything you do as a process, you don't know what you're doing. That's an old quote of his. And it's true. If we're walking through a process, if we've got a starting point, we started somewhere, and we're working a process, somebody should be able to say freeze at any time and say, what are you doing next? Or what are you at now? What are you waiting on? And what are you doing next? And you should be able to tell them. And if you can't do that, again, back to Deming, you don't know what you're doing. Now, people don't like to hear that. But I have a buddy, so I do this sport called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? Been doing it for 20 years. And I got a buddy that he runs these camps and he teaches, and he's got a lot of world champions and people that are very good at it. But one of the things he'll do is when people are working something or working through a technique, he'll say, stop. And they'll stop right wherever they're at, whatever they're doing. They'll say, what are you doing? What are you doing? And if the guy can't explain, or the guy or girl can't explain what they're doing, then he's like, okay, hold on. Do you understand like where you're at here and what your next goal is? And then they can, if they can explain it, then he's like, all right, good. Now this is how to do it better, or he'll show them that kind of stuff. But the point is, he is very big on stopping exactly where you're at, fixing whatever you're doing wrong, and then having you start over, because then you run through the process. It's almost like getting an engine. Have you guys ever seen a diesel idle? Right? A diesels don't have spark plugs, right? They have one ignition, and then they diesel. Dieseling is actually the action of the engine, right? And the action of the engine is that the compression of the gas with such a low flame point under pressure actually causes it to explode and go. But there's no spark plugs like there are in a normal engine. A diesel engine operates at much lower temperatures because it's dieseling the whole time. You guys know that, right? That's what the term means. Where I'm going with that is, if you understand the process and you can run up to a certain point, then you can understand and spin through these things faster. Anyways, and then here's the ABCs of investigations. Assume nothing, believe no one, check everything. I tell you guys, I come on and they're like, the server's been down for 5 hours, and I go to it and I'm like, the server is absolutely not down. It's been up for 120 days. What the hell are you guys talking about? And they're like, oh, sorry, we're over here. And then you're like, wait a minute. You guys are in a test cluster right now. And they're like, yeah, this test cluster really needs to get deployed tonight. And you're like, we just got called out in a non-prod change. Okay. Let's just get this working right. By the way, Het, did you still want to go over chaos engineering? I mentioned it earlier, Robodom. I pulled it up. I just needed you to remind me, and you did. Was here. Here's 5 certs you can go get for free. If you tell me, Scott, I want to get in the industry. Hey, Scott, I have nothing on my resume, but you know I've broken bricks or I've broken rocks into smaller rocks for the last 6 years. I go, all right, at night, start working on these. That's, I mean, roughly, if I had to guess, that's probably like 60 plus hours of work right there to go get all those free certs. They're all free. None of them, the training is free and the cost of the certification is free right there. And you'll be like, Scott, I don't know much, but I know what an API is and I know what IPv6 is. And I'm like, it's better than some people. You know, I've been doing this 20 years and I should probably go get the IPv6 stuff. Yeah. Actually, that might be a good one to do. All of these are good. I have the first 2 on lock. These last ones I've never taken, but maybe I should do it just so I can tell you guys it's worth it. Yeah, free certs, right? Something to put on. If you got nothing on your resume, how can that hurt you? My name's Scott. I have nothing on my resume, but I have these certs that I went and studied at least something about the industry. Somebody might look at that and go, well, I'll give them a shot. Or they might say, well, this is network operation. This is just knock. You're just watching the knock third shift. Guys, sometimes that's how you get into engineering. You start out as a network operations person, or you start out in security operations, and that's like the lowest of the third shift type. Being low on the totem pole doesn't mean you're any less than somebody. It just means you work the crap hours. Go and do CCNA and Sec Plus Linux or some hacking related cloud while doing those on the free time. Well, good, SM. That's awesome. I always try to keep track of. I can't keep track of everybody, but I try to keep track when you guys tell me stuff like that, SM. And I really hope that I hear you one day say, "Hey, I went and did all these things." Just like we had one of the guys earlier was telling me, "Hey, I did this thing," and I'm like, "Yes, you did. It was all you." And we were just there to kind of cheer you on because that's what we do, right? That's what the group's about. Getting you guys doing this stuff professionally and getting further in there. All right, anyways. So here's our troubleshooting methodologies. These are the things that make them valuable. They should have a starting point, a process you can follow, and an ending point, and then the ABCs of investigation. Assume nothing, believe no one, check everything. I'm constantly asking myself questions, and I'm proving stuff to myself. So if you were like, Scott, your server is not connected to the internet right now. And I go, why? How is my server not connected to the internet? How do I know? And I go, okay. This was our hello stream one from the other day. And I go, okay, can I ping www.google.com? All right, I can. But what if I couldn't ping Google? Well, then now I've got a box. I've SSH'd into it, but let's take that away for a second. Let's say I had to get into it through the console. How would I get into it through the console? I would have to use either a crash cart at the device, or if it's like this box doesn't exist anywhere. This box doesn't physically exist. He's P01 Jumpo 1 right here. I might have to go. This is an out-of-band channel connection to him, and I might have to go, man, what is going on here? What is going on with this box? Hold on. God, that poor box does not have enough. Does not have enough of anything. But I might have to come to the console here and get access into it. And then, but let's say I'm over here. Let's just say I'm at it. And what might I do? Well, my server is sitting there, and I think it's on the network. But how would I know? Well, I could do an IP adder, and I can see. Here's my Ethernet. And here's my IP address, 192.168.11.245/24. Well, is that correct for the network I'm in? How would I know that? Do I have an IP address management tool, an IPAM? Do I have some documentation that I know what this server should be? Should that ever change? That really should not change. How about if I do an uptime? That shouldn't really change. I mean, it could have changed if the server rebooted. Is this static or is this dynamic? Well, I don't know if that's static or dynamic. Oh, here's my login. So I go root, and then I... Right, can I get in there as this box? Oops. Not rooto. Root. Hold on. Do I even know how to get in this box as root? Oh, shoot, I don't even know. Anyway, so it'll lock me out, but it won't lock root ever for real, but... The Shy Hat, yeah, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. You're always welcome to hang out. And if it ever looks like I'm not paying attention to you guys, I'm not trying to ignore you. But also, thanks for the happy birthdays over on the YouTube side. I always appreciate that, too. It is my birthday. I got a few more hours of birthday left, and I'm spending it with you guys. So, ETH0, right? Well, how would I know if that was static or dynamic? Well, in this Linux type box, I might do something like this. I might go look at its configuration. So cat etc sysconfig network dash scripts, and in here there's an if cfg for everything by name, so ETH0, and I can go look here and I can see that boot protocol is none, but I have statically assigned IP addresses, so I know that that's statically assigned to this environment. It looks like I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I'm not. Ultrafire, yeah. I've been missing some of the YouTube stuff, so I feel kind of bad about that. But okay, so I got that, but why would I still not be able to connect out to the world? What if I do like an IPR, and then I see that I've got an IP route, and my default route is 192.168.11.1. What if that was 192.168.10.1? Well, does 192.168.10.1 fit in a /24 address? That takes some networking knowledge. Now I need to understand, well, if I have a 192.168.11/24, the first 3 octets must fit exactly. They cannot be deviant. And if my route was 192.168.10.1, I can't get to that from this network, so that can't be my default gateway, right? So like I'm troubleshooting things, and I'm asking myself questions, and I'm looking at stuff. I'm checking documentation. I'm assuming I'm taking my assumptions and testing them, like we just said earlier. So these are all these things that happen, right? I was downshift despite the municipalities and prohibit. All right. What did I miss? C run screen all your videos. How's it compared to TMUX? I use TMUX, so how is it different, especially in a road environment? Is easier? NK code. I'm going to tell you something. By the way, you probably were never here to hear this from me, so I'm going to tell you this. I am the most vanilla engineer I've ever met. What I mean by that, NK coder, is I know engineers that spend 3 weeks setting up their environment, and everywhere they go, they set up like their little plushie, and they've got this little thing sitting behind them, like as they code, they've got their, or whatever they're doing. I don't do any of that stuff. I drop into an environment and I go. So the answer to why I use Screen and not TMUX is simply I picked up Screen years ago, and I never, and people have tried to show me TMUX, and I just go, ugh. I'm like that guy. I'm like, oh, what is that? What is that, brother? If you guys don't know that joke, that is so funny. Anyways, but my point is, like, yeah, plushies, and I got my little pills behind me. But people like to set up their environments, and I'm not trying to knock that. I'm just saying I am literally the most vanilla engineer I know. Like, guys are always like trying to show me to do this way, and I'm like, you know what I'm like? I'm like this right here. I'm licking my bed of Screen. That's all I know. Yeah, and and it's funny, Control A versus Control B. That's the only differences I know between Screen and TMUX. But yeah, anyways, it's I tell guys I'm not knocking one environment or the other. It's just it's the way I learned it. And people have tried to show me TMUX, and I'm like, it probably works fine for the average person. I just never get into it. Makes complete sense. I was gonna try that. Yeah. Look, I have some bash shell stuff that I bring with me, and I bring my Screen. But other than that, I don't really do much with any of that stuff. I just leave everything vanilla in an environment. And that's because when I first grew up in the Linux world, I had Unix environments, I had Solaris environments, I had K shell, I had C shell, I had HPUX, I had AIX. Yeah, Solaris, Unix. Yeah, I had like all these environments. And I knew guys who actually would port their environments to all that crap. And I looked at it and I was like, I don't have the energy for it. Like, I'm just going to I can do anything from like a basic Screen like this, right? Oh, other things real quick. So I've checked all this stuff and my network's wrong. So now I fix my route. And then I say, well, but is the cable even plugged into this box? Can I ping my 192.168.11.1? And what if I couldn't? Now I pinged it, but what if I couldn't? I'm on a virtual machine. There's no cable to go plug in, guys. I can come over here, and I can look at it from the console and see if its networking is up. Yeah. But on the Linux side, I have to have a driver that can see that. So I would do like ETH tool, ETH 0, and right there, see the link detected? If link detected is ever no, I don't have a connection on that box to whatever that system is there. I don't have it. So there's these things. Hey, thanks for the follow, Yoshi CM3. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're just yeah, so you can all yell at him over here too in case he's gonna ignore you here. Yeah, Rob, no, I'm trying not to ignore anybody, but I'm kinda all over the place today. Plus it's a birthday, so you know. I'm not drunk or anything though, but I could be. But I'm not. Anyways, so troubleshooting methodologies. Here's some more. Logical methodologies, create a problem statement. And this is what I was saying about asking yourself questions. What makes you think that there's a performance problem? People will tell you all the time the system's acting funny or it feels different. And I'm like, well, do you have anything to tell me? Like, and they might, look, here's a very valid complaint. I tried to log into the system and it just sat there and spun and I didn't time it, but it took a lot longer than normal. That is a very valid type of complaint. Now it's on me to go quantify that, but that's fine, right? And that's a thing I used to deal with a lot when I first started. And I would like work on stuff for teachers and try to fix stuff. And then here's a question that goes along with that. Has the system ever performed well? Do you have a baseline reference? Yeah, normally I could do that. I could log in on this machine. I could go over. I could talk to the students, and I could come back, and 5 minutes later it'd be ready. But the last few weeks it hasn't. That's something. It could have been anywhere between 5 seconds and 5 minutes before, but now we know it's over 5 minutes. So that's slower. We know that's something. Do we know if anything's changed lately? Hardware, software. Did we load another data set in there? We need to review the changes. I wrote all this up, but it's like I always review RFCs. Did something change in the network? Did something change in my systems? Did we patch recently? Did we add software at somebody's behest? Because, look, being a guy who's led platform engineering teams with like 9 engineers, if you think that it's hard to track just what you do, which, by the way, most engineers think it's hard to track just what they do over the course of a year, I promise you it is impossible to track what 9 other people are doing. You have your stand-up every morning, people are all talking about what they do. First off, I'm over in La La Land, but second off, it is impossible to track what everybody's doing in your team. I don't care who you are. I mean, maybe if you're a manager and that's all you do, but if you're an individual contributor and you've got your own stuff to do, it's hard to keep track of that stuff. So you have to go review the RFCs, understand how to go look at that kind of stuff. And then who is causing the load? Is there a process ID? Is there a user ID? Is there an IP address that's causing all of this problem? Do you know how to check that stuff? That's what all those tools we were looking at do. And then what is the load? Is it an IOPS, so input output per second to your block devices? Is it a load average against your CPU? Is it latency, like time for the system to respond? Is it throughput on your network? And do you know how to check all those things? Right? I was always on Netflix during stand. I'm always on Netflix. By the way, are these presentations all on Discord as well? This one I was still working on NK Coder, but all the other ones are. This one, I think a base version of this one's up there, but I don't think this one as finished as it's about to be is up there. If it is, it's under presentations. And yeah, this is Linux System Administration, but I need to I put it up there 518. I need to make it a little better. I have more stuff. Is this stuff you can sandbox in your own single-use or home lab environment relatively easily? Yeah, non-major nerd. A lot of this stuff just kind of grows up from being an engineer over time. Logging reviews, etc. Yeah, so I have different labs. If we go look at... Hold on. So the question is there a way to probably like check this out and test this stuff? Oh, Ranger moved. Ranger's still alive. Yeah, I got a killer coda, and I got a bunch of labs here. And I'm going to tell you guys about 3 labs real quick, non-major nerd. I'll link this to you guys over here. I did a big thing last Sunday on them where I went through all the monitoring. But there's 3 labs here. They're Let's Do Linux configurations. They say Grafana monitoring, and Grafana monitoring. There are these 3 labs. K-Coder was my previous job. We did stand-ups. No, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind getting sidetracked. But these 3. And what these 3 will show you how to build are these things right here. This, and this. Now, they don't make you do exactly this, but they show you all the pieces. Because this is Telegraph to InfluxDB to Grafana right here. So this is one of those labs. This is same. This is PromQL. Yeah, PromQL. Promtail. This is Promtail right here to Loki to Grafana, this one. And then, I don't think I have. Hold on a second. Do I have? I don't think I have. In our Grafana. Do I have these? So, this is the Prometheus information. Man, I haven't looked at these in a while. I got all these nodes out there. Here's our dungeons. It's our dungeon environments right here. That's kind of cool looking, huh? Let's give it a second. It's still loading up data, I think. But here's how those guys are doing. These are the ones that people have for the different environments. This is the people that are logging into. So the dungeons are red and blue. And these are the red ones, and these are the blue ones over here. And why do I have... But they're not being used at all. They're completely idle. I'm colorblind, but I'm pretty sure it's that color. They're completely idle. Not any memory really being used on them. Anyways, so there's that. All right. So these are the troubleshooting methodology things. Your pay raises, lag inflation, no matter how much you work. Yeah, Inspector, that's true. The only way I think really to get like high jumps in the industry is to move jobs every few years, and it's sad that that's true. But the trade-off is either getting a really good, like knowledge of one organization, but you're only going to get about 6% a year, which isn't keeping up right now. Or jump around and then you get a lot of experience, but you don't really get to dig in deep with one company and, possibly go as high up if you wanted to go the management route. I stay out of management, guys. People have been trying to make me a manager for 20 years. I tell you all the time, the better you are as an engineer, the more they will try to force you up into management. And if you ever find yourself waking up one day and opening that calendar and seeing 8 hours of meeting, congratulations, you're a manager. You're not an individual contributor anymore. So there's that. Yeah, hey, thanks over there for the happy birthdays on the YouTube side, Skeet and K Narasaro. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. Anyways, I'm just rambling, just talking through stuff now. But let's keep going. This is the same thing we saw earlier. You always troubleshoot utilization, saturation, errors. This will tremendously help you. Yeah, Michael Pessa, you learned that you were a manager once? Yeah. Hey, Pessa, we were talking earlier. Umoon disappeared. He didn't finish, I think, saying what he was saying, but I was asking him how WGU was going for him, because I know he was doing WGU. So hopefully that stuff's good. And I don't think you can back out of those meetings and demote yourself. Yeah. You just have to just stop accepting them and not going. Because one of the things that used to bug me about meetings, well, I won't go into that too much, but let's talk about this. So we check all things. This one's been very, very useful to me in my career. Stepping through the OSI model. I'm not going to hammer this one because we have a whole talk on OSI model, but suffice it to say that if I can ping a device, I don't have to go check to see if its cable's plugged in, if it's turned on, if it's got a good amber or a green light in the back of its device. I don't have to check any of those things. I can ping it. I know it's up, right? Not with that attitude, you can't. All right, so we're not going to go too much into stepping through the OSI model, but I have talks on those, both on the YouTube side's the more persistent side, but on the Twitch side, you guys can go hop over and check out the YouTube side, I guess. But this one comes from, this is how doctors do it, and doctors are pretty good at getting to the right answer. But what they do is they look at the symptoms, they aggregate up all the symptoms, red throat, bumps, sore neck, and then they identify the most likely cause. That's probably strep, or with the little white nodules or whatever, it is strep, or it's not. They treat it with the best thing they think that'll work, and then they keep an eye on it. They have you keep an eye on it, and then if it doesn't get better in a few days, you come back and you work through that process. It's an iterative process, even though most of the time they're pretty accurate and they get you out the door. But this is the idea that they understand the system very well. They understand how a human works. A human has to breathe. They have to take that breath and pump it through their, down to their lungs, from the pulmonary veins back to the heart, and then the pulmonary arteries back, and they have to move all this stuff around. And if they don't do that, then they're probably going to die. That's what happens to humans if they don't do that, right? So they say, okay, well, we need to make sure that this part of it's still working. They need to have, they don't want to have some kind of sores down their throat, so they need to do this to solve it or whatever. So symptoms like this, symptoms diagnosis solution is, it doesn't matter who walks in that doctor's office, they're a person, and they need to go through these steps to get whatever it is fixed on them, right? That's the idea. What they don't need to know for this is all people. They don't have to have studied all 7 billion people on planet Earth to know that if you come in there and you're not breathing, the absolute most important thing in all the world is to get you breathing again. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this before, but it's what is it? Airway, bleeding, what's the last one? Circulation, airway ABCs or something like that. You need to have your airway open, you need to be breathing and stop bleeding, and then you need to circulate the blood, right? That's like something like that. There's a bunch of stuff like that, but there's ABCs that they follow for like trauma medicine and stuff. I'm not a trauma guy. Most trauma stuff I ever did was combat lifesaver in the Army, right? For what they made infantry guys do. But my point is, they don't need to know everything. They need to understand how the system itself works, and you can drop them in and literally show them any of 7 billion people, and they should be able to try to fix it. And that's this idea. The next idea, though, and again, symptom, identify, treat, this may work for you. This one is, it requires you to know that, but it also requires you to know this system very well. This one is the hardest one. This one is by far the most tribal knowledge. Tribal knowledge is like you understand things. You've worked with the SRE teams before, and you understand how things move. Systems thinking is the process of analyzing all interdependent components that comprise of a system. The data comes in the front. It hits a load balancer, hits one of our 10 web servers. Those web servers establish a Redis cache for the communication, and then they communicate back to the application. And when they talk to the application talks to the cache and updates, and then goes back to the data. It picks whatever it needs and determines that it's there or not in the database. If it's in the inventory, comes back. And at each step of this, it's writing down to our Redis cache, because if this communication gets dropped and they come in on a new link and go to one of the other 10 web servers, they're going to, with their information and the cookies that we are tracking them on, they're going to go back to the application, the same Redis cache, and have the same exact shopping cart. Because I tell you guys this, and you don't have to believe me, but I think most of you will agree with me immediately. If you went into Amazon and you put a bunch of stuff in your shopping cart, and then you refresh the page, or you accidentally clicked out, and then you reopened it, and it did not have those items in your shopping cart, you would be effing pissed. And back in the day, that used to be the end of that session. You'd go somewhere else. Back in the day, you weren't dealing with that. Nowadays, I mean, I think Amazon's probably got the lock on it, and you'd probably go put your stuff back in your cart. But the point is, their shit doesn't do that, because they're keeping persistent the whole time. And the troubleshooting of that requires somebody, if there's ever problems with that, to understand how all those pieces work. And that's going to be probably somebody with some real tribal knowledge in their environment. And they're probably going to have some tiger teams stood up and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Rob. Now, I'm definitely a wealth of information. I've been brain dumping on you guys for 4 hours now. So I'd apologize, but it's my birthday. I can do what I want, right? But these are the things that you'll ask. By the way, some of this stuff looks like the other stuff we were talking about, but it's the same idea. All right. And then we'll get into something. So all of these things were how we troubleshoot, right? So we were doing troubleshooting. These are all the ways that we troubleshoot. Again, this is up in the Discord, but I have a better version of this. This one kind of shifts a little bit. And if Pessa's still around, Pessa was around when I was doing this project that I'm going to show here. But Inspector, I use a cookie auto delete extension in my Firefox, lose my shopping carts all. You do it to yourself, Inspector. You do it to yourself, but that is kind of funny if you're losing your shopping carts. Failure modes and effects analysis, FMEA. This has been around since the 50s. It's a government project, and it's pretty good. Yeah, Pessa, you're gonna recognize some of these because you were on these same things as me. It's a systematic process to examine what could go wrong, what's the impact, what's the likelihood of it occurring, and what's our ability to detect and react to it. So there are 2 steps to the FMEA analysis. Round up all the possible failures, and then assign scores to them. All the scores are going to be between 1 and 10, netting you a mathematical output between 1 and mathematical output between 1 and 1,000, and I'll explain that here in a second. But let's look at an actual one, and I actually did this for a company that me and M-Pessa used to work at together, and this is exactly how I did it. So this was an FMEA analysis for rounding up the possible failures on server builds. What our environment looked like is this. We had about 200 dev teams that we worked with. And these dev teams would come to us with problems, and they had the ability to push a button and deploy a web server. That web server could be in a non-prod environment. Sometimes it could be in prod environment and these kind of things. But they had the ability to push a button and deploy something. And it could break in various different fantastic ways. And what I did was I went and rounded up all of this is an actual FMEA I did as I was trying to figure this stuff out. So we got a failure mode, a cause, and the current controls. So here's the first one. The initial image is unavailable. How would this happen? Well, when they go and they push a button in a tool called VRA. vRealize, I don't know, VRA meant. And it's basically like the little store for the front end of the back end is the vRealize orchestrator. And the VRO would go on the back end and it would call its little modules and it would go and it would grab this image that you had built of like a golden image of a Linux box or a Windows server, and it would deploy it onto one of its ESXi hosts. If that storage was offline for any reason, meaning that ESXi host that it went to connect to and try to build that image onto was offline for any reason, that build would fail. They pushed the button, they asked for a server, and it would go and it would look like it was going to drop a little gumball out of the machine, and it wouldn't drop a gumball. Here's where it broke. Our current controls for it were monitoring of vSphere systems. Our vSphere systems were pretty stable, and they were pretty accurate, but they had back-end connection problems sometimes, and we could monitor it and know when that was going to probably break. So that was how we fixed that, or that was our monitoring of it. That's not how we fixed it. That was our current control around that error happening. All right, good. This isn't solving anything yet. This is simply an enumeration of the things that could go wrong. The next one was automation job kickoffs fail. So VRO would go and it would build that server and it would stand the server up and it would start doing things to the server. And it would be kicking off originally like scripts that had been written and that kind of stuff. And eventually what it did was VRO went and it would kick off from an Ansible controller that I had, it would kick off jobs against that server. Eventually, M-Pesa built it where VRO would go call Tower through the API calls, and it would run the jobs on that server. But what if the automation job kickoff fails because VRO had a system credential out of date? Our AWX, or our Tower, it was Tower, not AWX. Our Tower, the service account for it would every 60 days or every 90 days, I forget, we'd have to rotate the credentials, and we had to do them manually because we didn't have a tool for it. So how would we figure out that was busted? And how would we do it before somebody came in and pushed that button and got a broken server? Well, we had a daily build process. One of our guys, a guy named Brian, he would come in and he had a tool. He was our vRealize guy, our vRealize orchestrator guy. He would build all the types of servers that we had every morning. And if that built, probably all of that stuff was good and probably all the pieces were working, because he would basically come in and check all the gumball machines and does a low gumball fallout. And then he would go like this, and this one was probably good for the day. Okay, the next one. Some agent registered to the server backend fails. So we had all these agents that got applied through this build process. Like we were putting like a server backup. We were putting sometimes New Relic or Datadog or whatever are for the applications and stuff. Some version of the agent or credentials could be out of date. Well, that could happen. Qualys, Qualys was one. I forgot about Qualys. Tanium. Oh God, Tanium was terrible. And then so Qualys failed a lot. So how did we solve that? Like this agent or credentials were out of date. Well, what we would do is we would build it every day. And if it came out, we were probably good for the rest of the day. Maybe. Could break during the day, but point is. And then there's one that we just didn't have a good answer for. Sometimes we'd get all the way to the end, and the final build checks would just fail. The cause of it? Who knows? The little gremlins in the system, entropy, the passage of time, the pharaoh died and cursed us. Who knows? Something would happen to this server, right? And what's our current control for it? Beats me. The server just doesn't send an email at the end and say that they're done. Doesn't send us an email either. That's a bad spot to be in. The kid's sitting there waiting for the gumball and it doesn't drop, and it doesn't alert us that the gumball didn't drop. This is a problem. What is this unqualified agent? Who's the principal, right? So this is just raw data here, guys. This is, again, rounding up the possible failures. This does not help us yet. It helps us to, right, like that little trash panda, that little raccoon going, give me all the garbage. I'm loading up all the things that I think can cause me problems. and I'm doing a lot of kind of brainstorm. This is a lot of like tribal knowledge, like you've been around, you've seen these things break. And then you come down here and you assign it a weight. And this is how you do failure modes and effects analysis. You take the severity times the probability times the detection to get a risk priority number. The numbers are always between 1 and 10, netting you a possibility of 1 times 1 times 1, which is 1, all the way up through 10 times 10 times 10, which is 1,000. So I take all of those things and I just do the best I can and say, what's the customer impact? Initial image unavailable? Well, that emails us, and we get that fixed, and we sent it out to them, and the customer doesn't really ever see it. That one we fix on the back end. Instead of taking 2 minutes to give them a server, it takes us 10 minutes most of the time, unless we're on lunch. That's not that big a deal. Likelihood, pretty low. Detect and react, pretty good, but again, we could be on lunch or something. So that's got a 10. 1 times 2. By the way, fun thing about multiplication, it doesn't matter the order you multiply them, and it'll still be the right answer. But then we could have that question where we don't put parentheses and then people argue all fucking day because math is an opinion. The engineer in me pines for this generation. But anyways, all right. It's not a capital P. All right, I pine for this CC as well. All right, automation job kickoff fails. Customer impact pretty high, but still not that high, but low. And then likelihood is a little higher than the other one. I think I made some of these up, but the point is 30. Agent registered to server backend fails. That's big for the customer because this server could slip out but not have all the crap on it, and this one annoyed me. Likelihood, pretty likely. Our detect and react was not great on this. Sometimes these servers would slide out without something being there, and then now we've got a problem. So this comes out to like 225. That guy Doru, yeah, hey, thanks for the... And Pat's Hello World rating with a party 16. How was your stream? What are you guys working on over there? We must defend this house. Make sure everybody knows to do all the Linux. We are, actually, it's funny. We're doing very little Linux right now. We're doing systems engineering and just engineering in general right now. And what I got to was failure modes and effects analysis. So thanks anybody that stops by. Make sure if you guys are here, you follow Pat's Hello World. I don't know them. I don't actually watch their stream, but you might find your favorite streamer. So I tell you guys all the time, you might not, be able to stand me for even a second longer. Go follow them, right? Like, it can't hurt, especially if it's technical stuff. Can't be helped. Linux is a system. So that's true. Leak Code stream. Well, Leak Code is awesome. I love Midnight Simon. He's a good buddy of mine. So, yeah, I like Midnight. So I don't technically do coding around here, but I do a lot of engineering stuff. Oh, nice. Yeah. If you're doing systems dev stuff, you definitely need to practice that. We are doing failure modes and effects analysis. We got through a bunch of troubleshooting, and now we're down in, this is an old government technique to figure out how things could go wrong. We rounded up all the things that could go wrong in my system, and I kind of told you guys about them. And M-Pesa was here back when I was working on all these things as well. And then I figured out where I needed to work on things because the higher risk priority numbers represent the worst values or outcomes. So this one was insidious. This one was terrible. But these other ones, they weren't that bad. They didn't require... This is a triage step. Does everybody know what triage means? Triage means if you've got a little medical bag on the battlefield and you run over and somebody's missing a leg and somebody's over here going, ow, my ear hurts, like they're like this, you go, well, the guy with the ear hurting can suck it up. Here's a straw. You can suck it up. I'm going to go tourniquet this guy's leg because all that blood going like that is going to kill you well before this little ear. Well, unless he got shot in the ear. That's a different thing. Point is, you triage things. This is a triage methodology. It is a way to figure out the types of things that can go wrong. And you can get real silly on these. You could be like, I just saw Godzilla minus one the other day. Godzilla could attack. And I go, all right, well, what's your plan for Godzilla attacking? Well, customer impact's going to be a 9 because I saw him shoot that laser beam and blow that fucking city up and kill 30,000 people. So that's a 9. Likelihood, 9, right? Godzilla's real. And then detect and react, 0. Well, 1, right? Or actually, that's a 9. You can't stop him. So it's all 10s, right? 1,000. Anyways, my point is you could do whatever you want with these, but it's the same idea, right? It's the same process, whatever you do. I was doing real... This is actually ones from a system I worked on years ago. And M-Pesa was around. He was even talking about some of these because he was part of it. This was part of our server build process. People could push a button and get a server, and there were problems. We did a shout out, Inspector, so he should have a good shout out. It should be there. I think. Wait, was there a shout out? I thought Robodom did a shout out. I don't see it though. Oh yeah, there's a shout out. Okay. Yeah, Robodom did it. Robodom's pretty good about that kind of stuff. All right, a few other notes on troubleshooting. This is the thing, man. Avoid talking about your feelings. You have to deal in accuracy. What you feel about a problem is irrelevant. It's actually an anti-methodology, right? People accidentally messing up. Are backups enough? We talk about backups sometimes here. But backups are not enough because if you just back stuff up, you have to test the recovery. And then you have to make sure that the recovery will work even under different failure scenarios. That goes into all that chaos engineering stuff we were talking about. By the way, and since newer people came in, let me pull this up. In our Discord, down under our beginner start here, I went and I finally just laid out the 5 free certs that I know about. The training for these are completely free, as are the taking of the certification themselves. So if you want to go learn about APIs, free. Chaos engineering, free. Six Sigma white belt, Lean Six Sigma white belt, process improvement and methodologies of engineering, free. You even get some statistics in there. IPv6, free. And they used to send you a shirt too. And Inspector, you said you're the one who always tells us about this. So like, you probably I think Inspector did this and got the free shirt, but I think he said he lost it. But anyways, there's that. All right. The blind man, just changing things at random until the problems disappear. Anybody here remember Rick and Morty? Anybody here watch any old Rick and Morty? Right? This? I can answer that. For money. Anyways, where I'm going with the Rick and Morty thing is, did you ever see the episode where they all forgot things? I got the shirt. I think I lost that laundromat though. All right, so the blind man, it talks about there's an episode where they have all their memories lost, and Morty goes in and turns off the wrong light switch, and then you hear him turn it back on and turn off a different light switch, and then like he killed a bunch of people in some room. And anyways, the funny thing about that is that's the blind man, just changing things at randoms until the problems disappear. And then the memory adventures, the first one, not any of the later ones. And then spotlighting is only using tools you're familiar with. You got to be willing to move outside of your normal observability tools. And we talked a lot about the IO, Systat tools and all those ones. And then another one is blaming somebody else. I used to tell my engineers this all the time because I had all these junior engineers on my team. And I would always tell them, do not get on the call and blame networking. Do not get on the call and say, this looks like networking. I said, God, at least do some checks first and go, well, it looks outside of my system. Can we get networking, or if networking say, hey, could you check this for me? Do that, but don't just like blame them. I mean, network's so used to getting blamed by everything. Yeah, Robodom, I appreciate you coming. I'm going to be off of here soon too. I got to get up early, so I'm probably already up later than I should be, but this is other troubleshooting notes, right? Blaming somebody else. Don't blame other people. Not right away. Gather your information first and then blame them. Blame them with information, but just say, hey, this looks like it's outside the system. Has something changed? Can I get more information? But don't just immediately get on calls and blame networking, because they're used to that and they hate that. So I've been on a networking team. I know networking gets blamed immediately for everything. So that's the thing. Okay. Questions, drop them in the chat. So we finally got through all this. This is all up there, but I need to work on it a little bit. But this is Linux systems administration. We talked about tasks and observability and benchmarking and tuning. And then we walked through a bunch of the tools that we use. And then we talked about how we do testing, how we do benchmarking of systems. So we've talked about all this. Troubleshooting, that's kind of what we just spent the last little bit of time on. But, all right. What else do we have then? I don't really have much else for you guys. We were looking at our monitoring. We were checking out Ranger. Ranger's not moving around too much. He's a tired dog. Our lab environment is looking fine. I guess the last thing I would tell you guys, I'm probably going to hang out a little bit longer and mess around in the home lab for a little bit. But I'll probably drop off here. I might be down in the Discord for a little bit. Remember, there's still the Discord challenge. Yeah, Cheeto, we're getting popular. Nah, I mean, it's more just YouTube is driving a lot of just kind of hanging out and stuff. But yeah, I appreciate you guys all coming by. Let's go find somebody to raid. We got a lot of people here. We'll leave it on Ranger Camp for a second here. We'll go find somebody to raid. I hate raiding out after people just raid me, but maybe you'll go find your favorite streamer somewhere. Let's see who's on right now. Let's see if there's anybody I'm following that's on. Is Running Man on? Huh. Let's go to... Alright, it's late at night, so I'm gonna raid over to somebody who does gaming, but he's one of my favorite streamers to just kind of hang out and watch. So we'll raid over there, and then for you guys on the YouTube side, I appreciate you guys coming by. You guys are always welcome to hang out down in Discord, but I will... Oh, Inspector, I already picked one. This is over in gaming, though, and I figure it's late at night, so you guys can watch some people get hung up on meat hooks. That's one of my favorite things to watch. So, all right, I will talk to you guys. Some of you guys will talk to on Sunday. Take care.